Halo Intan. Apakah suara saya sudah terdengar?
Di saya terdengar, Mas Muhadi.
Oke ya, nggak ada masalah ya.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Is my voice audible?
Yes.
Okay, I'll begin. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished Professor Dr. Puja Stuti, the Director at Directorate
Recording in progress.
Alumni and Global Initiative, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Distinguished speakers and experts from across the world, Professor Radhika Desai, Professor Poppy Winanti, Dr. Nobuhiro Aizawa, and Dr. Mark Sasser, the convener, chairs, guests, and all attendees. In this lovely morning, I'd like to say welcome to the 2023 Annual Convention of the Global South. My name is Intan, and I'm serving as the Master of Ceremony of today's event. This year marks the 5th edition of Annual Convention of Global South, or what we usually call Gosouth, since its launch in 2019. Gosouth itself was a continuation from Bandung and Beyond Conference in 2015. Taking the theme Decentering in the Pacific, Global South in the Changing World, Gosouth 2023 aims at providing platforms for private discussions on the dynamics of the Indo-Pacific from various perspectives. Also, Gosouth is part of the 68th Dies Natalis of Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Gadjah Mada. The conference is organized by Institute of International Studies and the Department of International Relations, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Gosouth 2023 will consist of 2 main events. This minor are the seminar on November 6th and the paper presentation on November 7th. All right, without further ado, I would like to invite the convener of Gosouth 2023, Pak Muhadi Sugiono, to deliver an opening speech. To Pak Muhadi, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Intan. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Gosouth 2023 conference. My name is Muhadi Sugiono, the convener of the conference. First of all, I would like to welcome Professor Puja Stuti, the Director at the Directorate of Partnership, Alumni, and Global Initiative at Universitas Gadjah Mada. Professor Radhika Desai, the keynote speaker of the conference. Distinguished speakers, Professor Poppy Winanti of UGM, Dr. Mark Sasser of the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, Dr. Nobuhiro Aizawa of Kyushu University, paper presenters, and participants, ladies and gentlemen. This year's Global South Conference adopts the theme of Decentering the Indo-Pacific. Indo-Pacific has emerged as the world's economic and strategic center of gravity in which established and rising power compete with each other. As a strategic space, the Indo-Pacific reflects the rise of geopolitical and geoeconomic designs and dynamics which have come to shape the region in the early 21st century. This new dynamic contrasts with the neoliberal ideas and the seemingly increasing globalization for which one dominant Asia-Pacific regional label stood. Spanning the Indian and Pacific Oceans, the Indo-Pacific counts 4 of 5 larger economies in the world's most populous democracy, some growing militaries in the world, some nuclear states, the world leading superpower, and a rising challenger and unresolved lands and maritime boundary disputes. This combined region, however, will not only form a central arena of cooperation, but also competition amongst global and regional power alike in the coming years. The concept of Indo-Pacific reflects that a post-unipolar world order is now in the making. A world which constitutes the US as a global hegemon has been in crisis. We are now witnessing the consolidation of the geopolitical economy of world, which lead to uncertain scenarios of conflict and confrontation in many regions across the globe. No doubt, which lead to uncertainty and is conceived from the perspective of and the interest of the great powers. Not much room for maneuver for the smaller power, except to take sides among the competing powers or to carefully navigate themselves in the hostile environment in order to survive. This Global South 2023 conference depart from the belief that the Indo-Pacific is complex socio-political realities of interdependence and interconnectedness that all parties need to struggle for regional stability and prosperity. This way of understanding is imperative as a counterweight for great power politics, perspective that treat Indo-Pacific as mere security strategic site determined by major powers. It is also based on this conviction that changing our understanding of the Indo-Pacific will potentially open up space for the Indo-Pacific countries to navigate their projections in the changing world order, as is currently taking place in other regions in the Global South. Finally, I would like to thank all the speakers for their contribution to the discussion, and I wish you all fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Muhadi. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Puji Astuti, the Director at the Directorate of Partnership, Alumni, and Global Initiative, to deliver a welcoming speech on behalf of the Rector of Universitas Gadjah Mada. The time is yours, Professor.
Thank you, Ibu Intan. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. Radhika Resida, the distinguished speakers, Dr. Nobuhiro Aizawa, Professor Poppy, Dr. Mark Seiser, and of course the convener of Gosouth, Dr. Muhadi, and also the director of IIS, Dr. Lukmanul Hakim. First of all, we'd like to apologize that Professor Ova Emilia could not be with us this morning, but she welcomes to all delegates for the annual convention of the Global South 2023, Decentering the Indo-Pacific, the Global South in the Changing World, for, I guess, these 3 days. Here, I would like to convey her message upon these conventions. The geopolitical shift toward the Indo-Pacific not only mirrors the tangible alteration in the distribution of power, but also emerges as an outcome of strategic policy narratives geared towards specific objectives. With the increased tension between the major powers, especially between the US and China and their respective allies, the Indo-Pacific is continued as a strategic battle in the era of a post-unipolar world order transition. Many major powers have directed their foreign policy outlooks and strategy towards the Indo-Pacific, and such power contests may result in rival blocs, regional destabilization, and military confrontations, including the risk of nuclear war. Many doubt this as a new Cold War. However, it is important to note that conceiving the Indo-Pacific from the perspective of great power politics means forcing the countries in the region to strategically pick up a side in such a competitive situation, which urges the countries such as especially the Southeast Asia to see the Indo-Pacific not only simply from the perspective of great powers, especially the efforts of the collective West to counter China. Decentering the Indo-Pacific is an effort to think of the Indo-Pacific as a complex socio-political realities of independence and interconnectedness, as well as power contestations. And Decentering Indo-Pacific will investigate competing discourses and narratives in making the Indo-Pacific not only a major power contest, but also expand the spectrum of the major power of the global North and the global South, or state as people-based aspirations and trajectories. As such, it will open up the space for the global South countries to project their interest in the region and contribute meaningfully to shaping the changing world order. And the 2023 Annual Convention of the Global South, which is organized by the Institute of International Studies, Universitas Gadjah Mada, has committed to contributing the Global South study by hosting this annual event. And the upcoming forums providing platform for vibrant discussions and debates on the dynamics of the Indo-Pacific from various perspectives and salient issues. And comprehensive studies of the Indo-Pacific are required in this case to better understand the challenge, the opportunities, complexity of the region in changing world order. Thanks very much again for everyone in today's seminar, especially for organizing committee to make this happen, and hope that this convention will give great contribution to betterment of a sustainable world ahead. And on behalf of the rector, I officially open these conventions, and I hope all the participants will enjoy the rest of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for your warm welcome, Professor Puji. Now we're ready to start the main event. Please allow me to invite Pak Muhadi once again now as the chair for the keynote speech session.
Thank you.
Before that, I'm going to read Pak Muhadi's CV. Pak Muhadi is currently a lecturer at the Department of International Relations at Universitas Gadjah Mada, also a coordinator of Indonesian Community for European Studies. His expertise is in peace and security, international relations theory, and with a geographical focus on Europe and Global South. He is also an active campaigner of the 2017 Nobel awarded international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons, or ICAN, and he also authored several books, including a book chapter titled The Belt and Road Initiative and Indonesia's Response to the Rise of China. Okay, now Pak Muhadi is here. To Pak Muhadi, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Intan. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me today to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Radhika Desai of the University of Manitoba in Canada. Welcome, Professor Desai. It's a great honor to have you here, Professor Desai, to present your ideas with the title, The Geopolitical Economy of the Indo-Pacific, Conflict versus Development. We look forward to seeing that, to hearing that. But before we listen to your keynote speech, I would like to read the short bio of Professor Desai. Professor Radhika Desai is a professor at the Department of Political Studies, Director, Geopolitical Economy Research Group, University of Manitoba, Winnipeg, Canada, and the convener of the International Manifesto Group. She proposed a historical materialist approach to understanding world affairs in the geopolitical economy after U.S. hegemony, globalization, and empire in 2013. She has published dozen books, over 100 articles and book chapters on UK, Indian, US, and European politics, as well as on international political economy. Her books and articles have been translated into Chinese, French, German, Turkish, and Spanish. She is a regular opinion contributor to, and her pieces have been published in CGTN, Counterpunch, Frontline, The Guardian, The Hindu, The Russian Time, and The Valdai Discussion Club. She hosts a fortnightly show, Geopolitical Economy Hours, on Geopolitical Economy Report website. Her most recent book is Capitalism, Coronavirus, and War, a Geopolitical Economy. It is an open access, published in 2022. So without further ado, we would like to welcome Professor Radhika Desai. Professor Desai, time yours.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes, quite
Yes,
clearly.
great.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. It's a great honor and a great pleasure for me to be here with you at this conference on Decentering the Indo-Pacific, the Global South in a Changing World, and also to be invited by the Institute of International Studies at Universitas Gajah Mada. I hope I said that correctly. I'm very pardoned if I didn't. And I'd like particularly to thank Dr. Muhadi Sugiono and also to Wendy, to Dr. Sugiono for inviting me, and to Wendy for making all the arrangements with which she was very efficient. So thank you very much. So I'd like to share my screen. Will I be able to do that? Yes, I can. That's great. So I've slightly changed my title to be the geopolitical economy of the Indo-Pacific, war versus development. So with that, let me just start my talk. The Indo-Pacific region, like the world, stands before a historic crossroads. Nothing illustrates how opposed the two roads before it are more than the early October 2023 coincidence. Than an early October 2023 coincidence, in which President Xi was hosting the 10th anniversary celebration of the Belt and Road Initiative, China's flagship infrastructure for development program that has invested over $1 trillion in about 150 countries around the world. Meanwhile, President Biden was topping the United States' already bloody military record, which included pursuing the second major war in Europe since the end of the Soviet Union, by encouraging Israel to continue its long line of violations of international law and UN resolutions by imposing the most bloody and brutal collective punishment hitherto on the people of Gaza, the majority of whose victims are women and children. This coincidence distills a choice between war and peace, between economic subordination and development, between illegality and morals. It is a choice between destructive conflict and constructive development. The whole world faces this choice, but the Indo-Pacific and the contest over the meaning of the term has come to embody it in some very important ways. So in my speech today, I argue that the term Indo-Pacific, originating in the work of a German geopolitical thinker, has been revitalized by the United States for a purpose that can only mean harm, and that the countries of the Indo-Pacific are already showing healthy signs of being averse to this harm. A geopolitical economy perspective tells us that it is going to be very, very difficult, if not impossible, to dissuade the United States from pursuing this course. So I will lay my argument out, and I will conclude with some reflections on the implications of this argument for policy. Let me add as a caveat at the outset that given time constraints, I can only give something of the flavor of my argument and look forward to diving deeper into aspects that interest you all in the audience in the question and answer period. Now, to say something about the origin of the term, The Economist claims that the term Indo-Pacific was coined by a British colonial lawyer and ethnographer in the late 19th century, though it does not name this person. Most scholars, however, trace the first use of the term to Karl Haushofer, the German geopolitical thinker who is famous for coining the term Lebensraum and inspiring Rudolf Hess and Adolf Hitler. However, as Hanson Lee notes in his impressively erudite study, not only did Haushofer identify the biographic of the oceanographic unity of the two oceans, this is the way he seems to have thought about it. He also combined long-standing concerns about Germany's unfortunate landlocked geography, unfavorable to global commerce, with what Lee calls a global anti-colonial vision. He argued that the Indo-Pacific space was primed for political self-consciousness. Remember, this is in the 1920s. It's primed for political self-consciousness, especially in light of nascent anti-colonial movements. Accordingly, the political resurrection of nations along the Indo-Pacific maritime belt would subvert Anglo-American and Western European colonial domination and in this way remake the international order. However, notwithstanding Haushofer's Indologically and sinologically informed studies, the term remained relatively obscure until recently. Halford Mackinder's notion of the Eurasian heartland, Alfred Mann's preoccupation with sea power, and Nicholas Spikeman's concept of the rimland dominated what passed for geopolitical thinking, undoubtedly reflecting the centrality of Europe and later North America in the world economy. And with their basis in world power, they were naturally anxious about Russia's vast, invulnerable landmass on which these concepts more or less focused. The term shot from obscurity to the status of a buzzword in recent times because with the Donald Trump administration, the Indo-Pacific as a substitute for Asia came to matter only as a balancing game against China. It and the Indian Ocean region became shibboleths, argues Van Jackson. They became ways for insiders in the administration to identify who among them was working in the service of a larger project of zero-sum competition with China. By 2019, using the term Asia rather than Indo-Pacific suggested either that one wasn't in the know or that one wasn't sufficiently committed to kneecapping Xi, that is President Xi. Of course, Trump's preoccupation with China was in part electoral, but it was also no surprise that it dated back to Obama's pivot to Asia, and as Nina Solovey has shown, further to the early years of the new century. Then, that is to say in the early 2000s, the US undertook a sustained and substantial reorientation towards Russia, including a major revision of its force posture and of its hub and spokes model of alliance relationships that dated back to the Korean War. And instead of those alliances, the US now sought to build stronger defense relations among the spokes, that is to say, among the US allies in the region, and it added India to that arrangement. In the US use of the term Indo-Pacific, the country of India, rather than the Indian Ocean, figures more prominently. It is also unsurprising that the Biden administration imported this thinking wholesale. US foreign policy discourse, as reflected in documents such as the Longer Telegram, in which the shift from Asia to Indo-Pacific is complete, is primarily about countering China, enlisting regional partners to do so, and ensuring that India, in particular, abandon its final political and strategic reservations against such an arrangement. So in this conception, India is to be a partner of the United States, but at the same time, the United States realizes that it's going to be a little difficult to enlist India in quite the same way as, say, Japan or South Korea or Australia have in the past been enlisted as US allies. The results have included the 2021 establishment of the AUKUS alliance and the revival of the quadrilateral security dialogue between the United States, Australia, Japan, and India in 2017. As some of you may very well know, it was originally initiated in 2007 and then allowed to languish, because at that time, in the first decade of the 21st century, the United States itself needed to engage China, not least over North Korea and Iran's nuclear programs. So how has the region designated by the term Indo-Pacific reacted to this term? The Chinese, of course, dismissed the charges of Chinese aggression by which the United States has justified these moves. And these justifications are dutifully repeated by legions of scholars and think tank experts who form the usual chorus to any foreign policy move by the United States. China has consistently maintained that it does not seek to challenge the United States, that it is focused on its own development and the well-being of its people, and that it is also focused on spreading development abroad through initiatives like the Belt and Road Initiative, and is committed to world peace and stability. As China's foreign ministry spokesman Zhao Liang said, the United States' attempt to make China its rival is a serious strategic miscalculation that puts its strategic resources in the wrong domains. And he added further, it does no good to bilateral mutual trust and cooperation, and it doesn't safeguard regional and world peace and stability. China has, of course, in this line of thinking, always sought better relations with the United States, as well as, of course, with its neighbors in the region. Rather than confrontation or conflict, China has consistently emphasized development as the goal of its foreign policy. And as the United States, particularly in recent years, particularly with the inauguration of President Biden, has sought confrontation, China has reiterated its commitment to development in a slew of major foreign policy pronouncements, such as the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, the Global Civilization Initiative, the proposal for the reform of and development of global governance, its peace plan for Ukraine, and the document A Global Community for a Shared Future, China's proposals and actions. The result of this emphasis on development has been the powerful economic gravity that China now exerts on most of the world. It has emerged as the main trading partner, as you see here in the countries designated in red, for over 120 countries, making them all value their proliferating and expanding economic relations with China. No wonder then that all the countries in the region that the United States now calls the Indo-Pacific, including the members of the Quad, with the possible exception of Australia under its currently more right-wing government, have consistently protested that their foreign policies are not directed at countering China. This includes India, even though it is currently ruled by a prime minister whose party has long sought to enlist India in a wider US strategy to counter China. Practically the first act of the BJP party upon forming its first coalition government in 1998, and the photograph you see here is from 1998, was to engage in an entirely uncalled for nuclear test. And then to justify them in a leak letter to President Clinton by referring to India's deteriorating security environment, especially the nuclear environment, and to the fact that an overt nuclear weapon state is on India's borders. A state which Mr. Vajpayee claimed has committed armed aggression against India in 1962. And then repeating the canard that the country, namely China, has materially helped another neighbor, by which Mr. Vajpayee means Pakistan, to become an overt nuclear weapons state. So it's interesting that even under the leadership of Mr. Modi, who belongs to the same party as Mr. Vajpayee, India still says that it is not trying to counter China, even though it has historically had the desire to do so. Japan, too, has refused to state overtly that its foreign policy is directly aimed at countering China, even though former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe first gestured towards the idea of the Indo-Pacific in a 2007 speech to the Indian Parliament, in which he said, we quote, "We are now at a point at which the confluence of the two seas, the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, is coming into being. The Pacific and Indian Oceans are now bringing about a dynamic coupling of freedom and of prosperity." And of course, he is also the person who coined the term free and open Indo-Pacific. Undoubtedly, this statement that Mr. Abe made was part of the US reorientation to Asia, which, as we have seen, was already taking place in the early years of the 21st century. And it also was following along the lines of the idea that the United States also needed its allies, such as Japan and India, to cement relations with one another more firmly. Not wishing to choose sides, various countries in the region have sought to interpret the term Indo-Pacific in less tendentious and more neutral ways. As you all will know very well, of course, your president, Mr. Joko Widodo, has spoke of Indonesia as a strategically vital maritime nexus between the Indian and Pacific oceans. Meanwhile, Rory Medcalf, one of the more prolific writers on the Indo-Pacific, considers his country, Australia, to be the most active power in developing and advocating the Indo-Pacific idea. For him, Australia is at the forefront of driving an Indo-Pacific understanding of the region, publishing a defense white paper as early as 2013 on the subject, because it is, to quote him, a middle power in the gathering Indo-Pacific strategic game in multiple ways. These include its relative diplomatic influence, its unusual two-ocean geography, its proximity to and monitoring oversight of the crucial sea lanes connecting the Indian Ocean and the Pacific, and its perceived status as a state that, despite being a close US ally, is also developing important economic, societal, and even security relations with multiple Asian powers. And you see here a slightly different map of how Australia sees the Indo-Pacific, very much focusing on Southeast Asia and really the Southern Pacific more than the Northern Pacific. Whereas, of course, the United States sees the Indo-Pacific in a way that is much more focused on the bilateral competition between itself and China, a competition in which it would like, of course, to recruit India as the newest ally in this. Now, I would argue that these attempts to see the Indo-Pacific in neutral terms will, in the long run, succeed for the simple reason that the United States vision is not a viable one for at least two different types of reasons. The first is that India cannot bear the burden that the United States wishes to put on it. And because the United States itself, the second reason is that the United States itself is incapable, whether in terms of its own economic might, its ability to deliver development, and even, one might argue, militarily carrying it through, though it is definitely going to keep on trying and in the process probably cause great violence and destruction, which could be quite substantial. Let's look at the issue of India briefly. Certainly since the late 20th century, India has increasingly looked east. And under the current government, it is also said to be acting east. However, the rise of India, no matter how much the US may wish it to be a suitably weighty counterbalance to China, and no matter how many India boosters one may find in India and the United States, is vastly exaggerated. While left and progressive scholars have sounded the alarm many times, particularly under the prime ministership of the current prime minister, which began nearly a decade ago, let us go with a fairly mainstream Western source, The Economist. In a recent article occasioned by the lavish welcome the Biden administration gave to Modi, The Economist opined inter alia that on the subject of India's rise, there is no shortage of skeptics, it said. Some point to cronyism and protectionism, which hold the economy back. Remember, this is The Economist talking, but it's still interesting that it is willing to be skeptical. Others complain that dodgy statistics exaggerate its growth. And this, by the way, is a very, very serious problem. All the statistics that you see bandied about India's 5 and 7% growth are considered by most serious economists and statisticians to be highly dubious. To continue with what The Economist says, India was badly hit during the pandemic, causing enduring suffering among the poor. Westerners see Mr. Modi's erosion of democratic norms and growing sectarianism. And here, of course, the fact that the Modi government seeks to essentially victimize and dehumanize, really, India's very substantial Muslim population is a very important aspect. But nevertheless, Westerners see all these things as potential threats to growth, and they would be right. And this is not the least of it. Despite some achievements, the veteran journal, The Economist, identified 3 threats to India's rise, and I would say that they're fairly accurate. Firstly, that India is heavily reliant as it is on its services production and exports, thanks to its uncompetitive manufacturing, will lose out on newer technologies. Secondly, that Modi is playing favorites among corporations. His promotion of his old-time friend Gautam Adani, the billionaire in India, has become legendary, of course. And this sort of thing will alienate the very foreign investors he wishes to attract with his Make in India strategy. And thirdly, the unequal distribution of the fruits of growth, which is getting more unequal with every passing day, literally, will both constrain growth and generate a popular backlash. And I think both of these things, all of these things are quite real and quite possible. Why the US will fail to get countries, to compel countries to choose sides is perhaps best expressed by Kishore Mahbubani in his recent article in Foreign Affairs. Though Mahbubani plays lip service to the idea of great power rivalry between the US and China, in reality, he asks the US to restrain itself. Indeed, he asks the US to stop doing precisely what the Indo-Pacific strategy is premised on, namely pressing the countries of the region to side with the United States and against China. For Mahbubani, the success of the region, its ability to defy expectations that it would sink into conflict, is thanks largely to ASEAN, which, to quote him, despite its many flaws as a political and economic union, has helped forge a cooperative regional order based on a culture of pragmatism and accommodation, unquote. Incidentally, India, with its frictions and conflicts with nearly all its neighbors, not least China and Pakistan, would in this sense be a bad fit. Another reason to reject the US interpretation of the Indo-Pacific, which is so centered on India, as opposed to the Indian Ocean. The United States, Mahbubani argues further, should learn from ASEAN's peace. To quote him, he says, the vast majority of the world's population lives in the global south, where most governments are primarily concerned with economic development and do not wish to take sides in the contest between Beijing and Washington. China is already making deep inroads into Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East. If the United States wants to preserve and deepen its ties with countries in these regions, it must learn from the ASEAN success story. A pragmatic, positive-sum approach that looks past political differences and is open to cooperation with all will be more warmly received in the global south than a zero-sum approach that aims to divide the world into opposing camps. Mahbubani continues to explain that although China originally condemned ASEAN as a neo-imperialist creation because of the United States' role in its formation, eventually Beijing opened up to the region, particularly after their free trade agreement of 2002. Deepening and widening trade and investment relations have culminated in the signing of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or RCEP, which includes all the important actors in the region, including all of the US's principal allies, except India, which incidentally did not join precisely because joining would endanger its already very uncompetitive manufacturing sector. To be sure, there are territorial disputes that China has with 4 of ASEAN's nations, and its 9-dash line creates frictions with others, including Indonesia. However, according to Mahbubani, the culture of pragmatism that envelops ASEAN-Chinese relations will prevent any major flare-ups. Brunei, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Vietnam, the countries that have disputes with China, have all increased their economic engagement with China. What is more, many countries have also ignored US pressure to cut China out, for example, from 5G technology. And further, many countries consider American concerns, but balance them against their own interests in having access to cheap technology that benefits their people. And in addition to all of this, US concerns have not prevented most countries in the region from participating in the Belt and Road Initiative. The US simply has no equivalent to the giant Belt and Road Initiative. The announcement of the India Mid-East Corridor at the New Delhi G20 summit as part of the Partnership for Global Infrastructure Investment, or PGII, which the G7 launched in June 2022 as its answer to the Belt and Road Initiative, has been rightly greeted with skepticism. One critic pointed out that in light of the disappointing results of previous Western infrastructure programs, including the American Build and Build Back Better World programs, the EU's Global Gateway, or the G7's Partnership for Global Infrastructure Investment, they all badly failed to mobilize the investments needed to seriously challenge the BRI. While the details are being currently worked on, so far, the investment required for IMEC is unknown. Moreover, transport economists raise the potential logistical problems due to the fact that goods would have to be reloaded twice, from ships to railway and then again from railway to ships. Cutting transport time by an estimated 40% does not necessarily make trade more cost-effective than the traditional Suez Canal route. Moreover, it is these sorts of initiatives that are championed by the United States and the West in general are reliant on private investment. And as most of you will know, these days, private investment on this scale is never made unless states essentially guarantee risk-free profits, agree to shoulder the risks, and of course, to bail out these companies in case of any disasters. And this sort of agreements, which are often called public-private partnerships or private finance initiatives, have left taxpayers across the Western world holding the can for any number of big public investment disasters. Mahbubani also points out that US and Western complaints about China's role in the developing world are quite baseless. Canards that China brings its own workers are simply false, as are myths of so-called debt trap diplomacy. If falsehoods about China circulate widely in the Western media, the realities of the long history of Western imperialism and US domination rarely do. On the one hand, today, productive investment from the United States and the Western world generally is lagging, while financial investment, which simply siphons off value from the developing world without any productive contribution, continues to expand with all too many capital accounts remaining open. That is to say, all too many countries in the global south have open capital accounts which permit such siphoning of value to take place. What little development aid goes from the US and the West to the developing world, as Mahbubani rightly emphasizes, ends up in the hands of Western consultants and companies. Mahbubani ends his article by proposing that if the United States wishes to regain the ground it is losing with the developing world, it must follow three important rules. First, he says, the US should not ask countries to choose between itself and China. Secondly, it must avoid passing judgment on countries' domestic political systems. And thirdly, it must be willing to work with any country, including China, to address the world's problems, particularly climate change, though one might also, of course, add the threat of nuclear war to that. So the question then arises, if Mr. Mahbubani is saying the US should do all these things, the question arises, can the US do it? And the geopolitical economy perspective suggests that the answer is probably no. I first proposed geopolitical economy as an approach to international relations of the capitalist world in my 2013 book, Geopolitical Economy, After US Hegemony, Globalization and Empire. And I have recently updated my analysis in my most recent book, Capitalism, Coronavirus and War, a Geopolitical Economy, which I think was already mentioned earlier, is available open access. So anyone can download a PDF for free. To summarize ruthlessly, geopolitical economy puts class and nation, class and national exploitation, and struggles in a single frame. It unites Marxism, with the literature on developmental states. Capitalism's inherent contradictions have always required states to manage them through domestic as well as international actions. The latter, namely international actions, usually result in imperialism. Dominant countries seek to maintain what Trotsky called the unevenness of capitalist development. That is to say, it takes place in lumps and clumps. It takes place in some parts of the world more than others, creating an uneven terrain of capitalist development. So the dominant countries try to maintain this unevenness, which means, therefore, that they try to maintain their privileged position in the international imperialist hierarchy. Countries too weak to resist, or countries ruled by comprador elites who benefit from the imperial subjugation of their countries, of course, succumb to such imperial subordination. Countries that can and do resist successfully, however, reject such subordination and pursue, in Trotsky's words, combined development, which is basically, as I have argued, state-led, state interventionist development. So whereas dominant countries want to establish and maintain relations of complementarity between their own technologically sophisticated economies, capable of producing high-value goods, and those of others who are compelled to continue producing labor-intensive, cheap, low-value goods. Countries that resist such subordination and complementarity seek instead, through developmental states, to establish relations of similarity. This dialectic of uneven and combined development is simply the dialectic of imperialism and anti-imperialism, of the denial of development and the successful pursuit of it. It is the motor that drives the evolution of the international relations of the capitalist world. It, that is to say, this dialectic, rather than markets or imperialism or capitalism, has spread productive capacity around the world, whether one speaks of the development of Germany, Japan, and the United States in the late 19th century, which first made the world multipolar, or of the recoveries of Western Europe and Japan in the 20th century, or the rapid development of the East Asian miracle economies in the latter 20th century, or of China today. Though imperial power has historically been great, the anti-imperialist and developmental impulse has generally prevailed. It has checked imperialism and made the world ever more multipolar. And I should add that after I finished my first book, my geopolitical economy, I learned that the late Hugo Chavez used to favor the term pluripolar over multipolar because it underlined the difference in the national political systems of the multiplying poles of the world economy. So he preferred the term pluripolarity because it designated, it sort of referred to the reality that the different countries that are pursuing development, each will have a very different economy depending on the resources, its political traditions, its etc., etc. So in all of these ways, pluripolarity may be a better word. And it will also become significant as we see later on in my argument. This reality, that is to say, the reality that the world of capitalism is essentially driven forward by the dialectic of imperialism and anti-imperialism, and that developmental states are needed to promote development, is obscured by what Friedrich List, one of the originators of the idea of developmental states, long ago called the cosmopolitan discourses of free trade, of globalization, of US hegemony, in which the world economy is seamlessly unified. These discourses are simply the discourses of imperialism, because imperialism wants to make the world appear unified when in reality it is in fact subordinated. The discourses that challenge them, of infant industry protection, of industrial policy, of financial regulation to ensure productive investment rather than speculation or predatory lending, etc., these are the discourses of development and anti-imperialism. Now, the world would have continued on the path of increasing multi- and pluripolarity had not the 30 years crisis of 1914 to 45 intervened. It gave the United States its most propitious chance to try to realize the ambition it had just begun nursing, to emulate in the 20th century the sort of dominance the UK had enjoyed in the 19th over the world economy. Of course, with the world already divided up among major imperial powers, and with nationalism already becoming a material force among the subjugated countries, the United States could not acquire an empire to compare with that which Britain had. Instead, therefore, it settled for making the dollar the world's money and unifying the world economy under its domination. This ambition was given theoretical dress in the 1970s by hegemony stability theory, or the idea of US hegemony, as I've argued in my geopolitical economy. However, this ambition could not be realized. The fact was that sterling's world role in the 19th and early 20th centuries was inseparable from Britain's empire, with surpluses sucked out of its non-settler colonies, preeminently British India, becoming the capital exports through which sterling liquidity became available to the world. And one might add, of course, that these capital exports, which were sucked out of the non-settler colonies, went overwhelmingly to Europe and to Britain's settler colonies, Canada, the United States, Australia, New Zealand, etc., powering their industrialization in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. That, however, did not prevent the United States from pursuing the ambition that it was nursing very zealously. The United States intervened in the two wars to maximize the economic advantage it could get from them, and won overwhelming, though short-lived, financial and economic dominance by 1945. While the US could reject, on the strength of this dominance that it had, it could reject alternatives, such as that proposed by Keynes to the dollar in the post-war world, it was never able to make the dollar system work stably. And this is much of the argument of geopolitical economy. Unable to export capital without colonies, the US was reduced to providing the world with liquidity by running current account deficits. But in doing so, it ran into the Triffin dilemma. The greater the deficits, the lower the dollar's value. As the world rejected valueless dollars in favor of gold, it forced the United States to break the dollar's gold link. Thereafter, as I have argued in Geopolitical Economy, and as Michael Hudson and I have argued in our writings and in our Geopolitical Economy, our shows, the dollar system has rested on vast and volatile expansions of dollar-denominated financial transactions, or financializations, as I use the term in the plural. These are vast expansions of lending and asset bubbles, which help counteract the Triffin dilemma to try to hold up the dollar's value. These expansions of financial activity have only resulted in ever greater financial crises, such as, of course, the East Asian financial crisis that devastated an otherwise highly economically dynamic region of the world, namely Southeast Asia. And such financial crises have regularly interrupted development in various parts of the world. Last spring, with the collapse of several US banks, such as Silicon Valley Bank, I believe we have crossed the threshold to the next one, which is destined to prick what everybody calls the everything bubble, inflated over the last decade. Now, I have no more pictures to show you, so I will stop my slide share. These financializations were rooted in neoliberalism. Led by the United States and the UK, Western governments adopted neoliberalism with great fanfare as the recipe for restoring productive dynamism to their respective national capitalist economies in the midst of the onset of the growth slowdown of the 1970s. And though it signally failed to do so, Western capitalist world governments have stuck with it to this day. The reason is simple. Neoliberalism has never been about free markets or competition. It has always been about giving ever greater freedom to giant monopoly firms that bestride the developed economies on the fraudulent grounds that giving them these extra freedoms will restore productive dynamism, when in fact it cannot. It can only permit these giant corporations to make risk-free profits that endanger the economy, the environment, and often even human lives. Such freedoms also encourage financialization by encouraging financial rather than productive investment. And the reason why neoliberalism cannot revive capitalism at this stage is also simple. Marx had argued long ago that the arrival of the monopoly phase of capitalism would make it ripe for socialism. The monopoly phase itself was a result of the process of competition, and it constituted the apex of the increasing socialization of labor, which develops the forces of production. Having arrived there, capitalism would have fulfilled what historically progressive function it had and could no longer take humanity in a progressive direction. The social nature of production, with the social nature of production coming into plain sight, ordinary people would realize the need for socialism to essentially take these giant enterprises into public ownership. The surfeit of capital would also make capitalists themselves redundant, and Marx had many such many such aspects to Marx's understanding of this. The capitalist world had already arrived at this monopoly phase in the early 20th century when the 30 Years' crisis erupted. Its two imperialist world wars, the second of which required the forces of communism to save liberal capitalism from fascist capitalism, a crisis that also included the Great Depression, had indeed put capitalism into question as never before. Leading prominent thinkers like Keynes and Polanyi to anticipate that the world would turn away from capitalism. And in a sense, it did. With Keynesian welfare states in first world countries, communisms in the second world countries, and distinctly left-leaning projects of national autonomous development in the third world countries. The post-war golden age of growth was possible not because somehow capitalism had regained its vitality or anything like that. It was possible only because overripe monopoly capitalisms were ringed around with socialistic measures of the Keynesian welfare state, which chiefly by expanding demand and otherwise bending private capital to social purposes, powered growth. When, nevertheless, the underlying capitalisms ran into crises and growth slowed, the hour of neoliberalism struck. However, applying neoliberalism, restoring freedom from state regulation, taxation, unions, and social obligations to a senile monopoly capitalism could not only fail to revive growth and investment, increasingly it would lead to profits being diverted into predatory lending and speculation, aided by the deregulation of finance domestically and the lifting of capital controls internationally. That is to say, it would lead to the productive debility of the capitalist system and its increasing financialization, combined, of course, with other restrictive monopoly practices such as price fixing and milking the state through lucrative risk-free contracts at the expense of the public purse. This development has fed directly into the maintenance of the now increasingly financialized dollar system, and its regular crises exacerbate the debility of capitalism, which is now quite advanced. The governments of the homelands of capitalism have stuck to neoliberalism, even though it has failed to serve the purpose of reviving their economies, for three reasons. First, it serves the interests of monopoly capital, even when they clash not only with those of working people, but also with those of small and medium capital. Second, it keeps the system capitalist both at home and where possible abroad, even though capitalism is by all accounts past its sell-by date. And third, because it is necessary to maintain the dollar system. Today, therefore, led by the United States and aided by the United Kingdom, the choice is between neoliberal financialized capitalism, which I define as capitalist states that do the bidding of capital and of monopoly capital, and a variety of nationally specific economic systems in which public authorities can and do regulate private enterprise, including the largest, to achieve public purposes, much as China does today. One implication of this concise exposition of geopolitical economy is that the United States has had the misfortune to appoint itself as the leader of the capitalist world just when imperialism was past its peak, as well as capitalism. Not only did the United States not succeed in hegemonizing the world, or even the capitalist world, it has failed to stem the decline of imperialist capitalism. Indeed, just as neoliberalism can only weaken capitalism further while also increasing economic inequality, social division, political dysfunction, and cultural decay, so also today the United States' efforts to shore up the imperial system, the dollar system, and the unity of the world economy in which it may be widely accepted are actually breaking it down, as the weaponization of the dollar shows, particularly because alternative means of payment and sources of capital and technology are increasingly available. And I would add, of course, that the internal contradictions of the dollar system are only mounting. This is why the United States cannot do what Mahbubani asks. It must ask other countries to choose between China and itself, because leaving them free to trade with China can only leave them under the influence of China's growing economic magnetism. While any economic magnetism that the United States may have once had has long ago evaporated. Moreover, it is also losing the means of compelling them to do so, as it has neither the technological monopoly nor the military competence to do so. Here, I'm referring to the fact that the United States has never won a single war that it has fought, on its own, that is, or it has led the fighting of. Trying to extend NATO to Asia, as the US's Indo-Pacific strategy requires, is today simply beyond the United States' military, economic, financial, and diplomatic resources. Indeed, the strains of that the coming defeat in the proxy war with Russia over Ukraine will inevitably create could actually break the original NATO itself apart. Secondly, the United States cannot avoid passing judgment on countries' domestic political systems because its imperial system requires that all countries open themselves up to neoliberal reforms and to US and Western capital and corporation and agree to supply the capitalist world with cheap labor, goods, raw materials, which also, of course, help to keep inflation down. The United States cannot, in fact, tolerate a pluripolar world if its neoliberal financialized capitalism is to survive. Finally, the United States cannot be willing to work with any country, including China, to address the world's problems, particularly climate change, because on the one hand, it must try to contain China's rise, and on the other hand, it is not interested in tackling climate change unless tackling climate change can be made a source of risk-free profits for the corporations that really control the US state. So to return to the contrast with which we began, the benefits of the Belt and Road Initiative and the plight of Palestine, to the US and China's contrasting offers of war and development, respectively, the Indo-Pacific as a region is already inclined to making the right choice. By refusing to take sides, it can work with China and also offers the United States the opportunity to change. Whether, of course, the United States takes this opportunity is another question. I suspect it will require something close to a revolution in that country. The birth of the world of development out of a world of war will be a difficult one and may yet witness more war as long as there is no political change in the United States. But it may yet realize that one liberatory element of Haushofer's original Indo-Pacific idea of an Asia free of Anglo-American and Western European colonial domination and a leader in the making of a new international order. With that, I will end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Desai, for the very comprehensive explanation about the nature of the competition in the Indo-Pacific. And I guess this will provide a new insight to the understanding of Indo-Pacific that we received so far. So without spending too much time, we have 30 minutes for question and answer. I would like to open the opportunity for 3 questions. From the audience. Okay, Lukman Hakim first.
Thanks, Pak Mahdi. Thank you, Radhika, for insightful presentations. I think I would like to have your comments on the dynamic on Indonesia, on how Indonesia responds to the competitions, which in my mind produce contradictory policies. One of the manifestations of the competitions in the case of Indonesia are related to the how Indonesia politicized massive investment, especially from China, that resulted into the making of the so-called new developmentalisms in Indonesia. I think you also mentioned on these issues that the politic of nationalizing foreign investments in Indonesia is implemented through the so-called nationalist strategic project. The national government installed various big projects in the local government, which is actually resulted into various contradictions of development and democracy. It's like the battles between decentralizations and recentralizations. And the other issues was that in order to foster that process in the name of economic growth, the national government in the midst of the pandemic issued the so-called omnibus law. It is to foster and to provide red carpet for foreign investment at the expense of labor rights, environments, and so on and so forth. And what is interesting now is that in Indonesia, there has been massive people resistance against this national project, which is mostly Chinese investment. And in the case of Indonesia, it's often resulted into Chinese sentiment. Indonesia had a long history of, xenophobia sentiment in Indonesia. And on the other side, it's only strengthened business and state alliance, as you also mentioned. But what is interesting in the case of Indonesia, in the context of the competitions of Indo-Pacific, at the national ground, Indonesia relied too much on China in terms of investment, in terms of trade relations. But in terms of foreign policy, formally Indonesia claimed that they are neutral in those competitions. They will not choose side. But in fact, Indonesia, choose to join OECD rather than BRIC, which actually, in terms of Indonesian interest, Indonesian interest much fit with BRIC. So, what is your comments on, on how Indonesia in your bigger picture, and because you also mentioned on how India respond to these issues? Thank you.
Sure. I have to say you've asked a lot of different questions, and I must begin by saying that while I'm very interested in Indonesia, I'm not an expert on Indonesia. I do read what I can about it. So let me try and answer the many points, respond to the many points you raised. And if I miss any, please do come back and remind me of them. So first of all, you pointed out that I suppose at the broadest level, do come back and remind me of them. So an important tension within the larger Southeast Asian region, which is also there in the case of Indonesia, which is that, of course, in the early post-Second World War period, at the time ASEAN was created, all of these economies were particularly fairly US-focused, fairly focused on, and of course, at that time, Japan, South Korea were the leading powers rather than China and so on. But in recent decades, of course, the rise of China has essentially created new opportunities. Now, I would say that part of my message in my lecture was that it seems to me that that in the coming decade, let's say in the coming years, in fact, it has increasingly been true over the past couple of decades, and this will remain true and become more true in the future. And that is that what the US has to offer in terms of foreign investment, etc., is actually very little. For example, in India, or whether it is India or Indonesia, if the governments are simply thinking that foreign capital is going to come, Western foreign capital is going to come and invest and help us expand production and bring technology and bring capital, this is actually not going to happen. One of the things that people forget is that, there is an international political economy which is very much dominated, I should say, by US scholars in particular. People talk very glibly about the globalization of production. Most people rather naively imagine that this globalization of production must refer to extensive foreign direct investment in productive facilities in third world countries or in developing countries like Indonesia and so on. In reality, the overwhelming bulk of what this term, the globalization of production, designates are actually not relationships of FDI, but relationships of value chains, essentially. They are not, in which, if we take the example of Indonesia, the Indonesian entrepreneur makes the investment, brings the technology, capital, etc., and then has to take all the risk of producing certain goods up to certain specifications, etc., for the buyers. So that's the first thing I want to say, which is that to expect Western capital to come in a big way is actually probably not going to, that expectation will not be fulfilled. That's the first thing. The second thing I want to say is that, I can't really comment that great a depth on the anti-Chinese sentiments, but clearly the anti-Chinese sentiments, as far as I know, from what I know of Indonesian history, has tended to arise from the fact that a number of Chinese members of the Chinese community were the capitalists, whereas ordinary Indonesians, there has been also an indigenization movement. I think it's called the Bumiputra movement or something like that, that has been, that has led to the indigenization to some extent of the capitalist class. That is fine. But today, what you are finding is a rather different type of China or different type of interface with China, which is with essentially a socialist party state. And I think that has to be taken into account. The third thing I would say to the things that you pointed out is that, one of the things that I didn't get to say because I thought my essay would become, my talk would become too long, is that of course, China appears, I showed you that map. China is now the leading trading partner for most of the countries of the world. And so this partnership is very, very interesting and very attractive to most countries, it seems. But in order to benefit most from partnering with China, one also has to learn from China. One also has to essentially create within the various countries an economy which is more like China. So that, and in particular, in which political authorities, which enjoy legitimacy, are able to control capital rather than capital controlling the political authorities. And that China can do because it has had a revolution. Short of a revolution, how do you do that in other countries, whether Indonesia or India or what have you? And I think you can only do that by creating political forces, political parties, I would say, not just movements, but political parties that are capable at once of representing ordinary people, as large a swath of ordinary people as possible, and taking state power. And I think without that, there will continue to be various contradictions. But I would, So I hope I've answered most of the points that you raised. But if I haven't, please let me know.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more questions in the audience? Yes, I see Hafiz Kifari is raising his hand. Please.
Hello, can you hear my voice, Mr. Mohadi?
Yes.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Professor Desai, for your amazing explanation. I have one quick question for you. What is your thoughts on countries that now are ditching the US dollar in favor of using our currencies, including their own currencies, for their export and imports, and also other kinds of economic transactions? For instance, like the BRIC countries members have proposal to make their own currency in exchange for ditching the US dollars. How do you comment on that thing? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you see, one of the things that I've been saying, along with Michael Hudson as well, we feel, and other people who think like us feel, that there is a lot of talk going on about these alternative currencies and so on. And a lot of it is sensible, but there are one or two points that I feel are being forgotten. So first of all, I think it's very good and it's very progressive that more and more countries are choosing to trade in one another's currencies. Now, of course, this can sometimes lead to imbalances. So, for example, although Russia and India have started trading in one another's currencies, the problem is that Russia is ending up with piles of rupees that it cannot use. So this then requires that either India or Russia and India together come up with some sort of plan to enable India to produce certain things that Russia needs so that these rupees can be used, or this whole arrangement will become very one-sided and therefore not viable. But in general, I think that this is a good thing to do, especially when two sides can have a relatively balanced trade. Now, however, there's one thing that is forgotten when people talk about like the 5 Rs, the 5 BRICS countries, all of whose currencies begin with the letter R, the names of the currency. So these are going to create some kind of a common currency. This is a rather confused point. And that's why I always like to refer to Keynes's original proposals at the Bretton Woods system. The general assumption is that somehow these BRICS countries, the 5 Rs, are going to create a currency that will be used in all the countries. Like you and I will use it to, I don't know, buy a restaurant meal or buy a chocolate bar or whatever. But that is not what Keynes had proposed for good reason. Keynes had actually proposed Keynes had actually proposed a currency that would be created multilaterally by all the countries, participating countries, but it would not be used as an ordinary currency domestically. All countries would continue using their own domestic currencies. And this currency, which Keynes called Bankor, would only be used to settle imbalances among central banks. And this sort of system cannot function without having quite elaborate capital controls, so that the central bank remains in charge of money coming into and going out of the economy. Not small amounts, but certainly big amounts coming into and out of the economy. And so, and the point of this is that, of course, if you take the euro, for example, the euro has been the kind of currency that most people think the BRICS are going to create. But that has created a lot of problems in its wake. And because individual member countries of the Eurozone do no longer have the capacity to devalue their currency in the case of a crisis, which is one of the means by which countries can, in certain circumstances, overcome crises. So because they have lost this ability, there has been, the Greek crisis and the crisis of all the peripheral European economies has been a result of that. So my point, therefore, is that I think we need to go back to Keynes's thinking. We need to understand that what is needed is not a currency that would replace existing domestic currencies, but merely something to settle international imbalances. So I hope I've given a full answer to your question.
Okay, thank you. We still have enough time for okay, Kusuma Ningrum raising her hand.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Pak Muhadi. Thank you, Prof. Desai. It's interesting presentations. And maybe I'm late. I like to ask about your maybe last explanations about in the geopolitical history of the United States and maybe UK as the northern countries. Developing nations have had to reform their economic and political system to align with the neoliberal demands, and thereby opening the door of the foreign direct investment. However, in reality, global investment through the operations of multinational corporations has helped developing countries to create jobs for thousands of people every year and gradually modernize their approach to international business. And simply my question, what do you think, Professor, within the framework of the Indo-Pacific, the developing countries has had the opportunity to release the dependence on investment from the North countries? Is it possible? Thank you very much.
Sure. So I just like to go back to something I was saying. So first of all, let me say that on the whole, the role of foreign investment in the development of today's developing countries is really very exaggerated. On the whole, what we find coming from the West is not productive investment, not FDI. What you have are two other sorts of relationships. One is that there is a lot of financial investment. So big financial institutions located in Western countries, in the US, in the UK in particular, are eager to invest in stock markets, in the markets for existing assets, including also, in the run-up to the East Asian financial crisis, they were also investing in things like land and real estate and so on. But this is what's called hot money. It comes in, on a short-term basis, and it can leave on a short-term basis, which is why, of course, in the East Asian financial crisis was preceded by a campaign on the part of the United States to get countries of the region to lift capital controls. The reason is that American capital should be able to come into countries like Indonesia or Malaysia or Thailand or what have you, make quick profits and leave with those profits, not make an investment in the productive capacities of those countries. So on the one hand, instead of, when they were making arguments about why countries should lift capital controls, they said, if you lift capital controls, you will get all these wonderful benefits of productive investment from our wonderful corporations. Well, none of that came. Only the kind of money that was responsible for was responsible for the East Asian financial crisis arrived. And it fomented the crisis and then it left. Okay, so that's the first thing. Secondly, I would say that on the whole, as I was saying in response to one of the earlier questions, all we have seen is outsourcing rather than FDI, right? So in that sense, I would say that developing countries today need to find their own means through which to create the necessary domestic investment in manufacturing, in infrastructure, etc., etc. I think it has to come from within. It will not come from outside. I think the expectation that it will, was certainly encouraged by Western discourse, but it has not. The West has how can I say, excited these expectations, but it has not fulfilled them. And for reasons that I tried to explain, which is that even, if capital is not even investing in the United States, why is it going to invest anywhere else? It's not investing domestically. It's not going to invest elsewhere.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay, Professor Desai, I would like to make use of my privilege as the chair to ask you a question. You mentioned that the material basis of the U.S. to dominate the international relation is declining very sharply. But you know that the U.S. is not only working along with the capital or material basis, but also framing the agenda, like using the media and so on and so on. Would you like to speak about the role of media in the battle between the U.S. and China?
Oh, that's a really big question, and I would say that at the moment, let me put it this way. We have in English this expression: there is many a slip between cup and lip. That is to say, you may think that you are trying to do something, but you may not succeed in doing it. Certainly, there is no doubt that the United States wants to manage the discourse. The United States wants to essentially be in charge of the message that it sends the world and so on, and wants the world to believe what it says. But the fact is that the fact is that the dominant media, the media that follows the US and Western line, whether it's the Washington Post or the New York Times or the Financial Times or the Guardian, etc., these media are becoming less and less credible. Indeed, today we live in a world where alternative media has proliferated. And in fact, I was thinking the other day in response to some other question, that I remember the first time when alternative media began to make an appearance. It was already in the 1990s. So this tendency to question what the dominant media in the West is saying goes back at least a quarter century, if not more. Secondly, I would say that it is not just alternative media in Western countries that is today making the difference. For example, take today at the moment with this conflict that is unfortunately unfolding in Gaza. The fact is that you see the pictures of the vast, hundreds of thousands of people coming out in the metropolitan cities of all the major Western countries. These are people who are doing this, although their governments are saying that not only that they are wrong, but that they should not even come out. They should not, that they're trying to discipline them. So the extent to which the Western governments, including the US government, can manage the message by controlling the media is also breaking down. And I was also meaning to say one other thing, which is that, today, especially in the Gaza context, I have, so many people are simply not looking at the Western media. They are not only looking at alternative media, but also the media that comes out of other countries. Because the fact is, already with the Ukraine crisis, Ukraine war, we saw that the majority of the world's countries has refused to impose sanctions on Russia and to side with the United States on this. And so this, the rest of the world, in fact, represents a different point of view. And this has become very clear. So news outlets, whether it's television channels, YouTube, newspapers, what have you, in the rest of the world has also become an important source of information for people around the world. Because today you can sit in your office and read a newspaper from Indonesia or Japan or Turkey or Lebanon or where have you. And people are doing that, which means that the US's ability to control the message is also slipping from its hands.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. If there is no more question, then I would like you I would like to invite you to give a big applause to Professor Desai. Thank you very much once again to share your ideas. It has been a great pleasure to host this session. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to stay and watch, but it is nearly 10 o'clock my time, so I will take your leave.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks, Radhika.
Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye. Thank you for your questions. Bye-bye.
Okay, I give back to you, Intan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the inspiring and thought-provoking speech, Professor Desai. Also for your brilliant sharing, Pak Muhadi. Now we are going to start the expert panel session earlier than the scheduled. And I can see that Dr. Nobuhiro Aizawa is here. Are you ready, Doctor? If we started earlier than the schedule? Okay. All right, then. Yes, I think we can start. All right, now we're going to start the expert panel session. My colleague, Dr. Lukmanul Hakim, who also serves as the Director of Institute of International Studies, will be chairing this session. And I will read his CV first. So Dr. Lukman is currently a lecturer at the Department of International Relations at Universitas Gadjah Mada and also serving as Director of the Institute of International Studies. And his expertise is in political Islam, security, democracy, development nexus, post-structuralist political theory, and comparative political economy development. He recently just published a book titled Islamism and the Quest for Hegemony in Indonesia. Okay, Dr. Lukman, are you ready? The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Intan. Good morning, everyone, distinguished speakers, the conveners of this conference. This is the annual conventions of the Global South 2023, and the topic of this conference is Decentering the Indo-Pacific, the Global South in the Changing World. As said by the convener, the Gosouth Conventions is initiated as a platform to broadly discuss the dynamic of the Global South. And the Global South, hosted by Institute of International Studies, had been started since 2019. So it's a rather new platform. And having discussed in the previous session's keynote speech by Radhika Desai, the conventions would like to follow up by seminars to talk more broadly on the Indo-Pacific, the Decentering Indo-Pacific from a different perspective. And the seminar sessions is impossible without the support from the Faculty of Social and Political Science, the Freddie Hebert Stiftung, FES, for supporting Mark to be a speaker here, and as well as my friend Nobuhiro Aizawa of Kyushu University. So the first issue is why taking the topic of decentering Indo-Pacific? What are the importance? In the past 10 years, Indo-Pacific has been one of the most contentious regions, host for 60% of world economy and most crucial route for global trade connectivity. At the broader pictures, the making of Indo-Pacific is inseparable from the dynamic of changing global order in the past decade, especially this associated with the demise of unipolar world order and the rise of multipolar forces. And in narrow term, the persistent competitions between the US and China in the region has significantly shaped how we understand and how we shape Indo-Pacific. Against that context, dominant perspectives on Indo-Pacific had been dominated by great power politics that often put emphasis on how the competitions of global powers will shape the dynamics of the Indo-Pacific. And the implications are twofold. The first one, the great power perspective often forces less powerless state just to pick side with whom you will make alliance. And the second one, the dominance of security strategic calculations become the only reasons on how we understand and shape Indo-Pacific. And as we all know, there have been various security and economic arrangements that some scholars warn that the competitions may lead to the so-called Cold War mentality. And nowadays, there have been in place many documents on the outlook of Indo-Pacific, which mostly based also on security strategic calculations, and they are largely state-centric. In fact, as the region, Indo-Pacific is a complex social reality. It has been shaped historically by complex social, economic, geographic proximity, and regional global order setting. So decentering Indo-Pacific here is intended to dig deeper on the dynamic of the Indo-Pacific beyond security strategic calculations. By unmasking complex structures constituted Indo-Pacific is urgent to provide theoretical and policy alternative in comprehending Indo-Pacific. So we do hope that the seminar will address three important questions on first, how to better understand the Indo-Pacific dynamic beyond conventional perspective, especially from the lens of Global South. And the second, where are the positions and what are the roles of the Global South in this dynamic? And the third one, what are the implications of this enterprise for IR theorizations and for proposing policy alternative associated with the dynamic of Indo-Pacific? We are fortunate here. I will be accompanied by three wonderful speakers. The first one is Professor Nobuhiro Aizawa. He is a professor at Gosouth University, Japan. He specializes on Southeast Asian politics, international relations, and comparative politics. He has been a Wilson Center Japan scholars, visiting scholars at various universities, including Chulalongkorn University at Thailand and Cornell University of the United States. And the second speaker will be Professor Poppy S. Winanti. She is a professor of international political economy at Department of International Relations, Universitas Gadjah Mada. And she is also the Vice Dean for Academic Affairs at the Faculty of Social and Political Science. And the last speaker, Mark Sesser, Head of Asia Pacific Project at the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, or FES. He is also a political analyst and writer, and his latest publications include Transformative Realisms, How to Overcome the Systemic Crisis. Without further ado, I will give the presentation sessions to Professor Nobuhiro Aizawa, Poppy S. Winanti, and Max Sessers. I think we'll give each 20 minutes presentation followed by Q&A session. Time is yours, Professor Nobuhiro.
Thank you so much, Masain, for your wonderful introduction. It's my privilege to be part of your seminar, and I'm very happy to see you and to join your colleagues in this wonderful workshop. Let me share my screen, if I may. Could you give me the right to
please, the technical assistants give Nobuhiro access to share his screen. Can you share screen now?
He's still not. Okay, let me try. Not yet.
Okay,
now I
think you are no co-host, so you can share screen now. Sorry for the delay.
No problem. Okay, I hope you can see. So, well, thank you for the question. Your three question is very big and broad, so I don't think I will be able to answer all of them. But my wonderful co-panelists could we could co-answer your question. So I will take maybe the first question on how to bring back the agency into the narratives and of this great power relationship. So basically, I have only one message. If this conference is about trying to regain agency among the global South, or maybe here specifically in Indonesia, I think it's we don't have to necessarily talk about the great power relationship, but we could talk about the state, the agency. I think the keynote speaker talked about capitalism. Here, I would like to focus more on the role of the state and the changing role of the state, because I think the state has given more narratives and agency over the global South, politically speaking. And from that lens, we can still see the dynamics that we are facing, rather than going through a 10,000 feet, view of the global trend. Let me just give you a brief introduction. I'm right here where the red dot is. It's a city called Fukuoka. I've been blessed being a student of Indonesian history. So, although I'm far away right now, I'm from the same archipelago country, Japan, and I'm in the maritime city of Fukuoka. So I'm very much connected over the sea. So, physically far, but, mentally very close where you are. I won't give you a long history because I'm 20 minutes limited time, but I see the history of transformation of all the kind of unipolar to the multipolar or whatever you call it, from three lenses. The definition of state in this transformative year: what is the state for? The state is for prosperity, state is for safety, state is for freedom. What is it? Is the lens that I will see. It's more of a social, political philosophy, social contract lens. But I have three things in mind. So even though I don't explicitly show that, this is the kind of way that I see the history and transformation. So I just wanted to give you some, sharing my lens. So the question I will always ask is, what has changed in this 20 years or 3 years even, to understand your questions on the agency of global South and the nature of this global order. What is the power has changed, the law has changed, the value has changed, the modes of productivity has changed. I think everything has changed. But when I want to talk about the state, it is definitely how we understand the legitimate use of power, the legitimate use of law, legitimate use of value for what, right? And as a student of Southeast Asian history, we always learn it is the legitimate use of those everything for independence. So it's merdeka, right? Like it's the PDIP's voice of you call the merdeka, and the power is for merdeka. The value is for merdeka. The production mean is to be merdeka. So the independence has been a very dominant narrative. And of course, the other one is development. I think the development narrative, maybe you don't see it in the domestic political narrative. You don't have PDI Pembangunan. You have PDI Perjuangan, but you don't have PDI Pembangunan. Maybe the only political party is maybe Golkar, the Karya, is the one that resonates development, not else, if I'm not...
Pepe.
Oh, Pepe, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's right. So development, has been another one, but not dominantly carried by the political party, but more through technocracy. So I think you're all familiar with the development state narrative. What exactly is the development state? It is a state that claims political legitimacy through economic development. So say President Jokowi has to always talk about economic development, President SBY or President Megawati, everybody, no matter how much democratic government you are, you still have to claim political legitimacy through economic development. That's the kind of traditional development state. And also, in order to pursue the economic development, stability is always the pledge to the international community. You're not like Myanmar that has civil war. So stability is the pledge to the international community, and then you gain investment, you gain trust. And so maybe you sometimes violate human rights and, sometimes you hinder due process, but stability is most important. That's the kind of traditional development state. The other one is, who's the actor? It's the state. So it's the G2G cooperation. It's the state, and the state talks about how to prosper. So you have these presidential summits, meetings, and then you boast how much loans, how much ODA you got. That's the kind of the role of the state. You go to other countries, you try to get money back home. So it's the government's role to get money to pursue prosperity, and that's how you legitimize power. And then what do you do with that money? You strategically allocate to certain people, certain institutions, certain part of the market. And then who does that? Not under the presidency or the prime minister, you have technocrats. So these are the kind of traditional development state. But now what I wanted to share here today is that I will argue the three is changing. The first two, I don't think it's changing. As I referred, like President Jokowi always talk about economic development. President Jokowi will prioritize development and stability over other things against the international community. But the next three things, the G2G cooperation, strategic political allocation of national assets, the rule of technology, I think these are changing. And I wanted to share why do I think so. First, of course, the order is different. I won't go through this, but there's all these preconditions, the Pax Americana, the dollar standard, the set of values of freedom, rule of law. I think you have this in the keynote speech, so I don't have to say it again. But these were the precondition of the traditional development state. But this has changed. In what way? Power balance is shifting. No longer the U.S. dominant market exists in this world. The state capitalism has grown since the 2008. So like Indonesia too, the new development state model centers around sovereign wealth fund. It's not like the ODA, the sovereign wealth fund, the IPO. You use the state-owned enterprises to go for IPO to fundraise. This is fundamentally different. When the time that president go to the World Bank or to the IMF or to Washington D.C. or to Tokyo or to Beijing, it's very different. It's a new norm of how to fundraise for government pursuit. Third point is we call this in a way democracy in retreat. We used to have this lip-set theory of if we do development, there is a natural, demand for voice and then a tendency to democratize. The Indonesia case is very solid, but not throughout the region. So, many countries are getting rich before getting democratic. This is the kind of word like getting rich before getting old, like the Indonesian 2045, goal says. Now, the other challenges is that the middle class, who was considered to be the fruit of development state and then to the bridge to the democracy, has become more anti-globalized, especially if you look at the theories of the Branko-Milanovic elephant curve and then to snake curve. The middle class is no longer, pushing through democracy and getting legitimacy, political legitimacy in political reforms as well. And then also the final point is the regionalization of security. You don't have the kind of global consensus of what are the global issues are. Maybe some say climate change could be the last resort, but even the climate change, it's very difficult to have consensus. And if you consider the Ukraine war or to the Palestinian war, there's no global consensus, and therefore countries do not believe in global solutions. So take security issues, especially regional. So these are the challenges that has been different in the era of the old development state. And also in reality too, if you look at the market, share. So of course, the United States is still the dominant. This is 4 years old, so it's not the latest one, but the pie of Asia is growing. And I think the trend with, India, China, Indonesia, big countries in this Asia region is being an engine. Of course, it's not as fast as we expect it to be, but still the distribution of world's wealth is no longer unipolar, and it's been multipolar. So, these are the kind of backbone of change. The global 2000, also you can see it's not just the United States, but China is also, being shared among the top countries. Little bit of Saudi Arabia, China, and Japan, South Korea, but basically United States and China is going to. Other challenges are, say, COVID, Ukraine, and exponential growth in AI. So these three components I consider as one of the dominant forces of redefining the development state. In what way? COVID has addressed another another confirmation of the global order is malfunctioning. WHO didn't have the power to bring the vaccine as a public goods, and they use these technology as a tool for diplomacy and tool for power competition. So COVID again gave the distrust to the countries, especially from the global south, that the global order is not functioning for the benefit of the global south, especially in providing public goods. In this era of pandemic, the public good is basically vaccine. And I think this has shown that. So what has shown is that when global south talks about inequality and injustice, one of the fundamentals is not just economic disparity, but more about access to science or right to science. These are the new fundamentals these are the new conditions of the global inequality or global injustice, more than the legal or more than the economic power. That's number one. And also this created the revival of science and techno-nationalism, because everybody now found out that how important the science has been in understanding that national power. So what this brings to is that the role of government or the role of developed state has been changing. And in what way it is changing is the kind of the revitalization of a project state. The project state is coined by, it has been said, but historically studied by Charles Meyer and in the new book. So I think the COVID has given a new sense of what's the role of the state in a different way. Also, the Ukraine war also, confirmed the distrust to the global order because of the rule of law being undermined through the UN, UN becoming an arena of competition rather than cooperation. So, again, the common ground of legitimacy in this global world has lost. So power prevails. And law has been losing. Also, the exponential growth of AI is in the minds of everybody's rule-making future. But of course, right now, there is no global agreement. The WTO has no clause on this. So every region is taking its role in its hands. The EU is making it. China is doing it. The US, of course, is doing it. G7 is doing it. And ASEAN is, of course, doing it. So, these, fundamental scientific basis of our future society is being governed by no global order. So this is the kind of fundamental challenge that the new development state has to respond to. So what is it? If it is the scientific development as being the fundamental economics and political development, the great power competition, of course, is going to be going around that. So what this national level is doing is the national level government is funding and subsidizing the science and technology development also in an exponential level and also unprecedented level. So it's the techno-nationalism becoming the new kind of competition of what's the better state is or the stronger state is. So now it's not just about, competing for the financial power or the military power, but I think the science power of every state and the state's role to do so. And they're funding the university to their big corporates to be able to claim the development is on their side. And so it's the kind of the role of the state has changed. I can go back to the Indonesian case. You can see then who is doing that. It's not no more of the, say, Minister of Finance technocrats as it used to be in many countries. In Indonesia too, the LPM UI or, Faculty Economics of Gajah Mada, these people were doing the macro stability policy, but no longer that's the case. It's more of the state-owned enterprises elites or the venture capital elites, or even like Indonesian case, the Ministry of Education is now run by Unicorn CEO. So these people are taking over the state position in order to redefine the role of development and the role of state by using their government funding and subsidies and putting into what they think is the key for scientific development. And that is gaining political legitimacy, not just because of the Indonesians' aspiration for becoming rich before getting old, but I think this is more of a global trend. So previously, development state was G2G, but now it's more G2B. So Jokowi going to United States, but not necessarily going to the White House, but going to meet with, Elon Musk and also Tim Cook. Those are more important meetings than meeting with Joe Biden. So government to business cooperation, and even the government itself is not necessarily the government that we thought before. I put a G dash is more like an SOE. So if you look at the pictures of, President Jokowi with Elon Musk, he will be accompanied by not Sri Mulyani, but Luhut and all the, financial elites and business leads. So you can see the government, the role of government is definitely changing. So it's not the technocrats, but it's bankers and, capital managers. And these are the agents of development. Now, what happens if that's the case? If that's the case, the regulations and allocations and ODAs are not the mode of policy, but more deregulation and subsidies. And so it's the way the government is, the role of government is defined and redefined is going to be go through a fundamental change. And what that means is the policy accountability goes more to market accountability rather than public accountability, which goes against my favorite philosopher, Amartya Sen's, definition of democracy of public reasoning and government by discussion. We as our keynote speaker talked about some cases in India, I think Amartya Sen is the one who always said, democracy has been the biggest innovation of 20th century, but that innovation has been, undermined in this world right now. And so we will having a global trend, not necessarily global north versus the global south, but we are having a kind of a common project state transnational network that transcends the south and the north. I'm not sure whether I can put this, the North is dominating the network to kind of colonizing the South, but I think it's a two-way network where whatever you call it, the global South or whatever you call it, when you have the legitimacy, when you have a development state mindset still prevailing, when political legitimacy is coming from a developmental state ideology, and the function of development state more connected to the global market, as I mentioned, by the rule of the bankers, it is more of a transnational network and alliance of the project state that is happening rather than this notion of North and South. But of course, this is not the end of the world. It's not like, these new state is dominating the international relationship and the society. But of course, there's a lot of counter movement. One of them is, for example, you have these arguments of surveillance capitalism prevails, but also the counter narrative of, milk tea, societies like covalence, not surveillance, but covalence, the capital surveillance and the civil surveillance to the state as well. So these, counter argument, of course, is mushrooming everywhere, whether or not they have an attention. So one example is this milk tea alliances. This is the case of Thailand. These celebrities has been hacked, and as you know, the Pegasus spyware has been very active, and the new type of these development states are welcoming these rules as a method of stability and method of growth. And of course, these internet shutdowns into the extreme case, when they use it, there's always another counter argument. So all in all, I'm not going to paint a very pessimistic view, but there's a movement of new development, state of making, and also this counter movement. One final part that I wanted to share is when we talk about the U.S.-China competition, it's very getting difficult right now because of, the emphasis here is more to the market rather than the state. But the market, the nationality of market is very, very blurred. One of the case that I'm watching, I watch a lot of, say, smart city projects in Southeast Asia, including Indonesia. Who are it? Are they U.S. influenced, China influenced? Maybe not both, but because their registration of the companies are often multinational. So, for example, this very powerful companies of AI solutions to the smart cities, the G42 is very much a Abu Dhabi origin, but very much a Chinese one. So, this is just one case, but, when we talk about the U.S.-China competition as a dominant narrative of a competition, and if we throw into this, if we are serious about the role of private sector and this new development state model that blurs the line of state and corporates, I think it's very difficult to attribute whether this is a China-U.S. competition or which country's competition. So that's why I wanted to kind of reshape the narrative of what the state is and how the shape of the state is. Well, I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Nobu. I think it's a wonderful presentation by bringing to put the questions on how to bring the agency on the global south in the discourse of Indo-Pacific. And Nobu, I think, had introduced one way to understand, the transformation is related to what's so-called as a developmental state. What has been changed from the conventional to the new form of developmental state. And I think this is a very central entry point, especially to further examine on how the state, especially those impacted or associated with the discourse of Indo-Pacific, had been changed by the structural context associated with power balance when the U.S. is no longer a player, in the game, the rise of state capitals, after the financial crisis of 2008 and the conditions, the decline of democracy in many countries, especially in Asia. And I think we would like to continue our discussions in Q&A sessions. And now I would like to invite Prof. Poppy to have 20-minute presentations. Time is yours.
Thank you, Mas Aim, and also Mas Muhadi for inviting me as one of the panelists for this session. I think we all agree that the statement from the Asia-Pacific to the Indo-Pacific has become a sort of buzzword for the last few decades. And obviously, this attracted heated debate among scholars and policymakers. And so that's why our Gosouth annual convention is, I suppose, also taking part in this debate. And I hope that my presentation on especially conceptualizing the Indo-Pacific will complement the previous discussion by Nobuhiro and also later by Mark. Next slide, please. Among some of the topics discussed throughout this convention, my presentation will focus more on conceptualizing Indo-Pacific. I think I need to emphasize that I use conceptualizing, not theorizing by purpose, just to emphasize its modest sort of like objective. This presentation does not intend to offer any new understanding of the IP. However, it intends to provide how to conceptualize this kind of Indo-Pacific by providing the list of questions that one needs to address when she or he is trying to conceptualize Indo-Pacific. This presentation begins with two main assumptions. The first thing is the endeavor to conceptualize the Indo-Pacific needs to consider how complex the issue is, so that's why one needs to address the right questions. That's the first assumption. And the second aspect that needs to be considered is also whether you like it or not, Indo-Pacific is basically political term and therefore neither purely descriptive nor value neutral. So that's why with these two assumptions, this presentation will focus on three main groups of the questions that need to be answered in conceptualizing Indo-Pacific. As you can see from the slide, the first group of questions is related basically to the history and of evolution of the concept over time, the questions of how this concept emerged, or probably more appropriately, re-emerge, as we understand that this concept is nothing new. Professor Desai has already discussed in her speech earlier this morning that this concept is nothing new. So therefore, how and why it has gained significant attention in the last few decades must be answered. While the second theme of the questions related to how we understand the Indo-Pacific and why there has been some kind of contending views regarding these concepts, and more particularly how and why the Indo-Pacific is being reconstructed. The last but not least is this aspect regarding the concept's future. The questions regarding these aspects are very crucial, especially considering that China's rejections of the concepts. As you may all aware that in 2018, the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi compared that the Indo-Pacific idea to the sea foam, which then may get some attention but soon will dissipate. Therefore, in discussing the future of the concept, I think China's response or reaction to that concept cannot be ignored in conceptualizing the Indo-Pacific. Next, please. So, in responding to the first aspect of the questions, one would like to conceptualize the Indo-Pacific. I think she or he needs to understand the geopolitical and also geodynamics that allow the concept to emerge or re-emerge. We understand that the region has significantly changed over the last few decades. So one of the main drivers is obviously the uncertainties surrounding the U.S. leadership in the region. And on the other hand, we also see the rise of China, especially as we discussed as well is the primarily through the Belt and Road Initiative. I think this is also to see that, as Jeffrey Wilson stated, that the region has also witnessed a shift, what we see from an economic to a security-driven process. So in short, in conceptualizing the Indo-Pacific, we realize that the Indo-Pacific framework is basically both a consequence and also a driver of great power competition. Next slides, please. So responding to the current geopolitical and geoeconomic dynamics, we witness that how the term has found its way into official documents, as we can see not only from the national security strategies defense white papers, and also including the elite's rhetoric. It was started by the Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe in 2007. It has then evolved and also developed, not only responded by different actors within, but also outside the region. So there has been clear evidence that the concept we can see gain significant attention in the last few decades. I think the timeline that I show here of the key events is significant evidence of this sort of like development. Next slide, please. As previously discussed, the concept has gained importance both geopolitically and geoeconomically over the last two decades. The study by Hayek et al. Identified different concepts of Indo-Pacific. As you can see here, that it is clear that each country or actor has its own understanding of the concept, basically based on specific political intention and interest, not only within the region, which include the US, Japan, Australia, India, and also ASEAN has its own ideas or probably strategies or visions regarding the Indo-Pacific, but we can also see the development of how then other non-Indo-Pacific states, including France, UK, Germany, also propose their own sort of like response and views on Indo-Pacific. Despite these contending views, these countries find a common denominator, that the two oceans, both the Indian Ocean and Pacific, are imagined as one contiguous areas. However, the questions regarding the ASEAN centrality, I think that's also one of the topics for this convention, and also the role of the Global South remain open to be discussed further. And that's why these kind of questions are very important, especially in responding to the last theme of the questions of the concept's future. Next slide, please. As part of conceptualizing endeavor, I think the concept of the Indo-Pacific can also be understood by employing dominant IR theory perspectives. As usual, we can always use realist, liberalist, and also constructivist, both in their key arguments and also the weaknesses of each sort of like perspective. As you can see here from the realist perspective, it is always using the idea regarding that the Indo-Pacific is actually balancing strategy against China. This is a concept that was introduced as an alternative to China's rhetoric reordering of the region, and also to serve as a counter-narrative to China's growing influence in Asia. That's the key argument based on the realist sort of like perspective. On the other hand, the liberals usually proposing that the Indo-Pacific concept usually aims to form a new institutional setting that facilitates cooperation among states across the Pacific and also the Indian Ocean. While for the constructivists, we can see that Indo-Pacific can be seen as the ideational construct, how to promote the value-oriented and norm-based diplomacy in the region. That includes what we usually regard as freedom, democracy, and respect for the basic human rights. However, as the Hayek identified, each of perspective also has its own sort of like weaknesses. As we can see, if the realist is true that the Indo-Pacific is merely the balancing strategy, why then we don't see the coherence or effective alliance against China among the Asian countries? That's one of the evidences that theoretically and practically flowed from this kind of perspective. While we can see also the weaknesses from the proposed ideas of the liberalists that the economic center gravity in the world is still in the Asia Pacific around China. Unfortunately, not yet in the Indian Ocean. Last but not least, we can see that one of the main weaknesses the constructivists in this kind of view regarding the Indo-Pacific is we see the shaky in nature due to the decline of the liberal values and democracy in the region. So that's why the argument of the constructivists that the Indo-Pacific is actually the additional construct is also having its sort of like weaknesses. So when this of dominant perspective is unable to provide what we expect as a comprehensive concept of Indo-Pacific, therefore, in my opinion, it opens up opportunity for others to find other lenses of conceptualizing Indo-Pacific, either from the domestic international nexus perspective or probably from the critical perspectives. Next, please. So the final question is related to the future of the concept. To begin with, we can identify and clarify what Indo-Pacific represents and what it is not meant to be, in my opinion. The two sort of like aspects that we need to consider is the geopolitical and geoeconomics dynamics, and also the geographical extension of the Asia-Pacific. What Indo-Pacific represents, in my opinion, is the regional and global order shifting power equations and the structural shift. It is also not only just conceptualizing of the region, but a new conceptualization of who and what constitutes as Asia. Even though, as we can see from the previous slides, which countries the region includes remains contested. Another aspect that we also need to consider in regards to the future of this concept is what, in my opinion, that Indo-Pacific is not meant to be. It is not merely a new Cold War, as I think some people consider. Why it cannot be seen that way, or merely new Cold War? Because again, contrary to the Cold War era, what we see now is the economy is still playing a very pivotal role in keeping countries tied together and experiencing patterns of interdependence, which the situation that we didn't see during old Cold War period. So that's why what we see here is not simply a new Cold War, but it's something probably even significantly different. Last but not least, next slide, please. So in concluding this presentation, I think we need to consider how in our endeavors to conceptualizing Indo-Pacific to answer the question, how do we respond to China's rejections of the concept? Something that we cannot just ignore. How do we situate if then we have this kind of effort to decentering Indo-Pacific amidst China's rejections of the concept? So how do we institutionalize Indo-Pacific by addressing the questions whether we should include China, exclude, or probably we have something else to discuss? And also, we need to discuss what approach that can be offered in regard to trade and security policy in Indo-Pacific, whether it is bi, mini, or probably multilateral approaches to trade and security policy. So therefore, to sum up, I think why it is very complex, the Indo-Pacific represents what we see as a very fluid concept whose characteristics and also consolidations are still subject to discussion and remain in progress. That probably open up to those who are studying international relations to keep looking for how best way to conceptualize this Indo-Pacific. I will end my presentation there and looking forward to hearing your comments and also discussion. Thank you, Aim.
Okay, thanks, Poppy. My first comment, it's a truly IR presentation, actually. But I think Poppy provide a very important, the point of departures in discussing the decentering of Indo-Pacific by looking at the evolutions and the contestations in conceptualizing the Indo-Pacific, what is not Indo-Pacific represents. I think that's important. More specifically, I think Poppy also gave a clue. For example, amidst the context of China's rejections on the concept of Indo-Pacific, it is also important on how do we respond to the the different voices, different aspirations of Indo-Pacific. And I think this is an important conceptual opening for the decentering the Indo-Pacific. And now I would like to invite Mark Sexers from FEST Asia to give 20-minute presentations to share your views, your opinion on the issues of Indo-Pacific. And now time is yours, Mark.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I'm also going to share my slides and I hope you can see them. Please tell me if you do.
It's visible.
It's visible. Okay. So basically, when we're talking about the future of the Indo-Pacific, and actually the future of the world, as it is maybe the area of the main contestation between the great powers in the 21st century, I think we have to look into what I call a fundamental strategic situation of uncertainty. Basically, there are developments happening that will lock into place a new world order. But similar to the people in 1947 who couldn't see what the Cold War would look like, or the people in maybe 1988 who didn't know how the world after the Cold War would look like, I think we're in a very similar situation right now, that we don't really see how the next world order is going to look like. So we have to speculate, and that's what I would like to do in my presentation. I'm not going to go into all of this, but I can basically see four strategic scenarios that we're entering right now. The first one would be a hot war, a hot great power war, which involves the United States and China. The second one would be a Cold War, like the previous speaker Poppy said, not the same thing as the Cold War between the Soviet Union and the United States of past, because China is fundamentally different in the sense that it's deeply integrated into global economy, but a main strategic competition, including proxy wars that are being fought all over the world. Third, there may be the possibility similar to the second phase of the Cold War, where it's possible, while the strategic competition remains, to manage it basically through a informal approach, backroom deals, concert of power, all sorts of club governance and minilateral kind of approaches. And finally, because I'm a social democrat and I will never give up hope, there is of course the possibility that we should strive for, which is a détente, which allows us to not only manage the strategic competition, but also tackle the global challenges that we all face from climate change over pandemics and so on. So let me very quickly just give you a little bit of a rundown of two of these scenarios, which is the hot and the Cold War, and what that means for the global South and the Indo-Pacific in particular. Hot war, most likely, despite let's say the proxy wars that are now going on in Ukraine, as well as the Middle East, would be a major contestation between the United States and China, involving others very likely. And in order to understand why there is such a probability, I would say low probability, but very, very high stakes, we have to look at the strategic map. So one time from the perspective of China, and then again from the perspective of the United States. Not trying to take sides, but I think it's important that we understand the strategic reasoning. So China actually does feel encircled by the US and its allies. It does feel threatened by the possibility of the United States and its allies to block its major supply lines when it comes to energy and resources, as well as its major trade routes, especially at this very particular Strait of Malacca, Strait of Singapore situation. Very narrow strait, many military installations there. That is something that gives headache to the planners in Beijing, and is something that is very close to you in Indonesia. So you could interpret everything that China has been doing over the last decade and such as two movements, one of them westward to find strategic depth and counterbalance what it perceives as the strategic encirclement This is the Belt and Road Initiative pointing towards the European market, but also very importantly, the legs in Pakistan and Myanmar, the CPEC and the CMEC, which allow China to bypass the Strait of Malacca. There is a movement eastward more immediately in order to expel what Beijing perceives to be hostile powers from what it perceives to be its coastal waters. That's the South China Sea. So we have all the military installations there, as well as the territorial conflicts that we have with the ASEAN states in this particular region. But the biggest push that is being expected, and this is where I would say if there is going to be a new world war, it will happen over the Strait of Taiwan, because if China pushes into the strategic depth of the West Pacific, it will hit Japan, it will hit the Philippines, it will hit Taiwan. And if we now flip the perspective from the perspective of Washington, this is the first aggressive military peer since Pearl Harbor pushing into the Pacific. After this first and second island chain, which is a military installation going from Okinawa all the way down south through the Philippines to Borneo, we see Guam, which is a dependent U.S. territory. Then we see the U.S. state of Hawaii, and then we see the West Coast. So that means for both sides, this is an existential question of the highest strategic caliber. And that's why there is, unfortunately, the possibility of a military clash over this question. You would have noticed that I haven't mentioned Taiwan at all. I think the way that we discuss this question is mistaken. This is not democracy versus autocracy. It's not even about semiconductor chips. It's a geopolitical clash that is brewing there, which will very likely draw into the conflict other powers that are in the region. So, but let's assume cooler minds prevail and we keep this strategic competition between the US and China cold. Then we would basically have whatever, if you want, can call it a Cold War. It's not a good name, as Poppy said, because it will not look like the old Cold War. It's not about rockets and tanks. It will be fought in the theaters of economy and technology. So it's about geoeconomics, which is the main battlefield, and that's going to have massive consequences. So basically, we see a couple of developments already now in 2023, which are likely to accelerate over the next couple of years. Number one, we see the politicization or maybe even weaponization of market access, both the US market as well as the Chinese market. Speaking in the language of the German mechanical engineering industry, they told me, you know, the US is our biggest market, but we cannot have any Chinese components in our products, or we cannot enter the market. China is our second biggest market, but we cannot enter the Chinese market if we do not have Chinese components in our projects. So you will see a politicization, be a friend, you can come in. Be not a friend, please stay out of my market. Second, we see a massive push towards technological bifurcation, which will spell an end to the unified IT stack that we have developed since the 1970s, basically creating minimum two technology worlds, which also will create massive headaches for development in emerging countries if they are pressed to play in two non-compatible technological works when it comes to semiconductors, when it comes to software, when it comes to communication technology, and so on. Third, there is an ongoing push to reorganize the global supply chains, has already started during COVID in order to cut out the human factor and to create greater resilience, but is now being accelerated through two factors. Number one, the geopolitical competition is actually pushing countries towards greater diversification and reducing vulnerabilities from a Western perspective. That would basically mean from the Chinese market. The great danger that developing countries, I'm going to come to that in a second, are facing is being cut out of these global supply chains. So that's the buzzwords here is reshoring, nearshoring, friendshoring, and so on. So a lot is happening in the world of supply chains. This is being accelerated and also facilitated by an acceleration of digital automation. So the replacement of humans with machines, meaning robots, algorithms, and AI, in order to reduce the human factor as a risk, but also which actually allows the old industrial cores to produce at a comparable cost to developing countries. So actually this is the precondition to the reshoring and nearshoring exercise, is that you automate faster than before. A lot of other things are happening. We see currency wars going on under the buzzword of de-dollarization. We see digital currencies being introduced, and we're going to see some sort of effect of the industrial countries, central banks fighting the inflation, which was basically caused by the Ukraine war, by historically higher interest rates. That's always bad news for all countries that are in debt in foreign currency. So I would not be surprised if we see more sovereign debt crisis coming in the near future. So all of that, if you add it up, I call it a geo-economic tsunami that is rolling in the region, and we have yet to see how it's going to hit the countries in the region. From a fundamental point of view, and I think that is the main point of my presentation today, we have to think long and hard what that means for the development models. And I think Nobu in his presentation already was touching upon that. So if we oversimplify the flying geese model, and we just basically look at that triangle of low wages, cheap labor, export-led growth, and catch-up industrialization that has been so successfully employed here in the region over the last 40 to 50 years, all of these poles of the triangle are simultaneously in trouble and threaten to become obsolete. Automation is undercutting the comparative advantage of cheap labor. If you replace humans with robots and AI, then for investors from Japan, from Europe, from North America, there is just much less incentive to go through offshoring with all the troubles related to long supply lines, shipping lanes, electricity shortages, worker skills, local governance issues like corruptions, you name it. Basically, all of these factors hampering the development of developing markets have been actually acceptable for a couple of decades because of the comparative advantage of cheap labor. But if this comparative advantage of cheap labor is now being eroded, there is going to be a problem. Number two, as I said, if we see a politicization of market entry in the main markets of the world, and if you listen carefully, this is also happening in the European Union, is also happening in Japan, then you're going to have a problem with your export markets, choosing very carefully, what side to be on. So there is a certain tendencies towards a bipolar bloc formation. But even short of that, more headaches will come with the geopolitics of everything. So we're going to see the end of the neoliberal phase of globalization, and we're entering something which is maybe not deglobalization, but something that is not ruled by cost efficiency anymore only, but also by geopolitical considerations. Finally, with the weaponization of technology transfer and the geopolitization of supply lines, there is a danger to be cut out of the global supply chains, which is very threatening to developing country. How that looks like, if you want to see in practice, you look to Myanmar. There is a perception that this country chose a geopolitical side, and the investments that were supposed to come, especially from Japan and South Korea, immediately stopped. So that is basically how this would look like. So basically the argument here is what happens if the development country model becomes obsolete? And that brings us home into the domestic world. If we see that the geopolitical shifts are going to call for a quick adaptation of the development model, the question becomes, how do you implement that in a rapid kind of way? And that brings you into the local political economy, that brings you into the local power struggles over the shift of the development path that will always create winners and losers. and is basically one of the things that you've seen for decades, that despite a lot of knowledge being there, smart development plans, 5-year plans being caught up, so little sometimes has happened in terms of shifting the development path. And now basically under much more dire circumstances and a much shorter timeline, all of this needs to happen. That's going to be a massive governance and political problem in many countries in the region. And final slide. Mr. Moderator, what does that mean for the politics? I do believe that there is a juncture where if you see that even if the development model can be adapted in due time, there is going to be a period where the economic engine is going to stutter. And that also introduces then worries over livelihoods, that introduces zero-sum logic. Basically, if the pie is now not growing but shrinking, it will introduce us versus them logics. And that is a very fertile ground for communal identitarianism. This is a fertile ground for authoritarian strongman politics that will play this kind of us versus them zero-sum logics very, very skillfully, and is a worrisome sign for multi-ethnic, multi-religious societies, vulnerable minorities, as well as democracies, fledgling democracies in the region. The alternative is to basically strongly defending universalism. Every human being has the same rights. Minority rights have to be shored up when it comes to the governance system, but also to embrace the opportunities from a social democratic perspective, which is that if you will have trouble with export-led growth, and that's what the United States is doing, and that's what China is doing with both the Inflation Reduction Act as well as the dual circular economy, you're gonna have to, use and leverage your domestic demand, your domestic aggregate demand more than before, which has to do with state investment and consumption, and with private consumption. So there is a window of opportunity for a return of Fordism, industrial policy. We already see that. There is a window of opportunity for Keynesianism to come back, which means macro stability management, anti-cyclical economic policies. But as I said, this is a juncture. Opportunity does not necessarily materialize as a political struggle that will have to be won. So I was just trying to bring the geopolitics home. We started at the very top with the geopolitical contestation. Then we went into the international political economy that is going to be disrupted one way or the other. I said that from a perspective of developing and emerging economies, there is a strong need to rapidly adapt the development model to this new world. And that means you will have to enter the logic of the local political economy, the local politics, in order to answer the question, how do we do that, given the shortcomings of governance that we see? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Marx. I think Marx provide a linkage between the presentations from Poppy and Nobu. Marx, I think if I can summarize, provide two important issues. First, I think much more fit with Poppy's presentations when Marx over 4 possible scenarios of the Indo-Pacific on how the contestation may lead to, depending on various variables. It can lead to you can say in 4 scenarios, hot war, full-fledged war. I think it's like John Mearsheimer's thesis, Cold War setting, manage conflict, or limited cooperations. I think, and on the second issues, I think Marx also provide a very important issues, and I think this one is linked with Nobuhiro's presentations about the decline of the conventional developmental model, especially when the triangles of industrialization, communications, export, and wage could no longer be maintained due to various, structural changes. And now we are entering on how those transformations will lead to the so-called new developmental state that is influenced by the three aspects: the new models of development, geo-economic shift, and the power struggle. And I'm interested on the way Marx highlight the importance of power struggles on how local political economy may shape the trajectory of economic development. And in that case, I think how national economy may have built their own direction, can navigate themselves in the context of structural competitions. And this may lead to two possible scenarios, whether they lead to the so-called authoritarian communalisms. I think that's what is happening now, I think, in our country here. And the other one is democratic universalism, the model that we need to struggle for. Now, I would like to open for Q&A sessions. We have, plenty of time, around 30 minutes or so. I would like to invite for 2 or 3, participants to raise questions. Please raise your hand. And I think I will also give a sessions when the speakers can also, respond to each other at the end of Q&A sessions. Okay, now I think the Q&A sessions is open. Please raise your hands, participants. Okay, Pak Muhadi, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is very common in the discussion about the Indo-Pacific. We draw the parallelism between the conflict and competition in the Indo-Pacific and the Cold War situation. But yes, Poppy and Mark have been correct in pointing the difference between them. But and I agree with that. But my concern is that I'm afraid that the competition in the Indo-Pacific is getting more and more conflictual and tend to be very, very disastrous, more than the competition during the Cold War. If we look at the characterization of the competition in Indo-Pacific, it happened with the rise of power on the one hand and the decline of power on the other hand. But during the Cold War, we are talking about more or less equal power which compete to one another. So the result is more a balance rather than growing instability. But in the case of Indo-Pacific, there is a possibility of growing instability simply because on the one hand, we are talking about the rising power of China and the declining power of the US. And the fact the US is mobilizing support from its allies, like the previous keynote speaker mentioned, simply indicate the incapability of the US as the current power to maintain its capability to deal with the challenge of China. I don't know. Probably I would ask this to have a comment from the 3 speakers.
Okay, thanks, Pak Muhadi. Okay, Nobu, will you respond first?
Sure. Let me. Yes, this is the part I didn't mention clearly, but I will definitely don't use the Cold War narrative, especially when we talk about in Southeast Asia, because Southeast Asia was no Cold War; it was a hot war, right? So Cold War is very much basically shaped around the European history, which is not the metaphor that I could. That's why I use the word development. I mean, independence to development. That's the more of a dominant narrative of history. But overall, I wouldn't worry too much of a disaster is bigger now just because of the mindset of history. The disaster in the 60s and 50s in Southeast Asia was far bigger than that of the current 20s. If you look at Vietnam and Cambodia, I mean, the hardship and the losses that it happened, I think is no. I mean, I know this is a wishful thinking, but I wouldn't foresee that coming in this coming 20 years in, say, Southeast Asia. Why? Because of the strong consensus of development. That's why. I mean, Myanmar is a little bit different because it goes through identity politics. But aside from Myanmar, I think if you consider the development versus identity politics, development is prevailing. So I did talk about the difficulties of development and the changing nature of development. But in the end, I use the word the neo-development state because the development is still there, right? And that gives more of a broader platform of coalitions and platform of, different voices to come in, as good as democracy does. So yes, the concept of Indo-Pacific sounds like excluding China and could lead to a kind of a catastrophic, competition. But I wouldn't be that pessimistic, even though, Indonesia or Southeast Asia uses the Indo-Pacific and China doesn't like it. China will choose to come. Nevertheless, especially when the Chinese economic growth is now being challenged. So regardless of the state-led conceptualization, the market has its own interest, and whether the region can accommodate that really depends on whether the state puts development first or not. And I think the answer for now, I wouldn't say like maybe in the case of Taiwan, it might be different, but for the case of now in Southeast Asia, I think there is a strong consensus. Whether that leads to more democratic accountability, I think that's a different question. I'm sure Mark has a good, strong say in that. So I will leave it there for now.
Okay, thanks. Mbak Poppy?
Okay, thank you, Pak Muhadi. I think I would respond to your concern by sharing Nobu's also position regarding whether it is convenient for me to use the metaphor of Cold War in understanding the current stage of situations when we respond to the Indo-Pacific sort of like situation. I shared the Nobu's position that I'm reluctant to use that also metaphor for several reasons. The first one, I do agree with Pak Muhadi when you mentioned that there are some sort of like nature's characteristics that we can also see from the current situations regarding the Indo-Pacific, and the one that we also see from the previous Cold War, such as, for example, the competition, the contending sort of like superpowers, and also including the effort to spear the influence. That is also similar to what happened previously during the Cold War between the US and USSR. However, I would also reiterate Mark's comments earlier regarding that what we see current situation is different in regards to, especially in regards to the economy and technology, which during the Cold War between the US and USSR, no such interdependence that we see currently. So that's why I think in regard to economy and also technology is completely different sort of like feature. Sorry. So as we can see that when the interdependence is taking place among the Indo-Pacific states, that will also prevent to go further to the what Pak Muhadi envision as the catastrophe. I think the stake is too high for many countries. So that's why what we see here is as long as we see that there is some sort of like interdependence among these states, that will be one of the significant variables why I agree with Nobus that we can see it from much more optimistic sort of like a point of view. Another aspect that we also see from the current situation is also the issues and the challenges are completely different. I shared the opinion from Marx regarding that the global political economy currently is facing common sort of like issues regarding the climate change, energy security, digital transformation. All those things are immediate sort of like issues that many countries have to tackle. So that's why when we are facing different sort of like in environmental sort of like issues, socio-political economy has completely changed. So that's why I think despite the fact that there are obviously some of the characteristics under the Cold War situation, as we can see regarding the competitions among the superpowers. However, I don't see that sort of like characteristic will automatically or necessarily will lead to instability. We see again some of the opportunities or some of the aspects that tied these countries together will prevent them to take some sort of like, catastrophic sort of like situation. I guess that's my quick response, Mas Aim. Thank you, Pak Muhadi.
Thanks, Mbak Poppy. Marx?
Well, I guess all of us agree that the Cold War analogy is not really helpful because it creates all sorts of historical associations that are not super helpful in this particular regard. But I would assume that it's helpful that we assume that there is a scenario that does not lead to a hot war between the two superpowers, and I have to say two nuclear-armed superpowers, which is definitely a different scenario from when this is going to happen. Does obviously not mean the absence of proxy wars. That is the historical experience that we all had. Even if it's cold between the superpowers, it's very, very hot in the region. So I think what we do see, to make a strong statement, is the end of the Pax Americana. And we do see the return of war as a means of international politics. We have a war in Eastern Europe, which was more or less unthinkable for 30 years. We are holding our breath that there's not going to be an escalation into a regional war in the Middle East, which I think is not off the table. And I just returned from Malaysia, and your neighbors over there are very concerned that now North Korea sees an opportunity to escalate. So that means that the US is going to be spread thin as a global power between three unwinnable scenarios, if I have to say. And that does not even include any sort of competition with China in this regard. So I would assume that we're going into a bumpy road. We're already seeing that the next couple of years are going to be bumpy. What I find interesting conversation is maybe that I would love to have with Nobu over how the international political economy of the next, let's say, 10 to 15 years is going to look like. I think I strongly hear you when you say the market has its own logic and it has its own say. I agree with that, actually. But there is a couple of developments that I think we also need to be very clearly observed. Number one, if you look at, let's say, the big three, China, the US, and Europe and the US allies, we do see that the state, or I'm actually saying the security state, is reasserting its political primacy over the market. We see that very clearly in China, which is not that much of a surprise because that is obviously a state-led capitalist model. But if you think, what happened to certain people that disappeared and so on, I think we very clearly see the Chinese state reasserting its primacy over the tech sector and the economy as such. We do see what the US is actually playing with its allies. There's two cases I think are very important: Huawei and the Chip 4 alliance. In both cases, there was massive resistance from a market cost efficiency innovation kind of logic towards the geopolitical considerations of the US to decouple, both when it comes to communication as well as semiconductors. In both times, the geopolitical security logic prevailed. I think it's important, like if you have a canary in the coal mine, to watch these kind of things. And third, this is maybe more an inkling. This comes from my political instinct, my gut, if you will. But if you listen very, very, very carefully to the conversation within the US, you know, if you saw that Elon Musk not providing the Starlink in Ukraine, suddenly there is a tone in the US which seems to say that this is no longer acceptable, that the state, that the private sector has to fall in line when it comes to the overall geopolitical, strategic, and security interests of the state. That is a language that I haven't heard in the decades of neoliberal hegemony. So I do agree with you, Nobu, that, you know, the market is still a strong player, and the interdependence, as Poppy says, is very, very strong, much different from the old Cold War contestation, different strategic consideration. But maybe I have really tried to avoid speaking as a German today, but this one thing I want to say from a German perspective: no one believed that this war over Ukraine would happen precisely because of the economic interdependence. That was the strongest argument. And if you would have asked the German elite in January 2022, 1 month before the war started, if that war is feasible, the answer would have been, no, it's impossible because we are economically interdependent, right? And yet it happened. So I think it is a paradigm shift that we're observing. I do not have a crystal ball. I can only speculate where it's going, but I think we have to watch the writing on the wall.
Okay, thanks. Nobu, will you have a quick response to Marx before I open to the floor?
Sure, I'll be happy to. But it's very difficult to be short because he has given me such a rich question. But the final point first, I think, I also, let me speak as a Japanese too. I also believe that economic interdependence prevails, and it leads to peace, right? I think that was the reason why Japan put so much investment in ODA to China post 1978, because China was ailing after a series of internal politics. We believe that an economic grown China contribute more to the regional peace than an ailing China, right? And plus, if we have more economic interdependence, it will raise the cost of any confrontation, and it will lead to regional stability. But we were naive that we didn't know that economic interdependence could be weaponized. So I think this historical, you could say, naiveness leads to awakening, now goes to what you have, coined as like the securitization of all the, economics and the markets by the state, and putting geopolitical rationale over any economic rationale. So yes, I did emphasize the role of market, but you're right, like the current nature, especially post-COVID, I would say, post-COVID, post-Ukraine, I think this geopolitical narrative prevailing over market competition, I think, is growing. But, leading to the previous conversation of the Cold War analogy, if I be a little bit provocative, I would draw a line more to the colonial era, I would rather say. The colonial era, Southeast Asia or Asia, to the current or to the coming 10, 15 years. It's more of, say, the industrial capital, the kind of historiography that we learned about colonialism, the industrial capital going imperial, going abroad, pushing the state for its own benefit. Now then the state comes back, and then, you have the consequence later on. I think that kind of structure, you could call it the digital colonialism or whatever. You have competition about the digital top power, like between China and United States, and maybe also including Europe. But the kind of state action toward the so-called global South is pretty much the same. And therefore, what the global South has to anticipate is the kind of the common influence, even though they have different standards, like you say, some country has more liberal domestic laws and some countries doesn't, but it has the common influence, common, results to the global south. And therefore that kind of asymmetry of, say, the data position, those who take the data and those who are being extracted data, that will shape the kind of, the narrative power, the Chinese usage of this narrative power, what is legitimate, what is right, being very asymmetrically positioned, to those, imperial, digital imperial powers and those who lost it. I think the critical juncture in my way of, emphasizing the market will be that the critical juncture of the kind of narrative power between the haves and have-nots. The haves meaning including US and China and Europe, and have-nots meaning those who doesn't have a big platform technology and at home. So maybe the current state power of Southeast Asia or the global South has to make sure that it's addressing the ownership in shaping these rules. One example was how to define, the internet protocols, how to define, the TCP/IP standards, how much voice does the global South have it? I think those are the kind of rules and standards that are going to be the key, and how collective action, not just among the Southeast Asian, but the overall could have, and who will create the platform, in making that voice if the current global governance, institutions are not functioning. I know I'm answering too long, but I will stop here.
Okay, thanks. Now I will open again to the participants. Please raise your hands if you have any questions or comment regarding the topic under discuss. Please. If still, I think I will use my privilege as a chair, to ask or to give some comments on the issues. I'm interested on first on the issues on how the variables of power struggle, that is the local economies, will be important in in the making of national agencies of the state amidst the context of regional competition in the context of Indo-Pacific. And I think it's also very much reflected in the discourse of current Indonesian elections, next year's elections, that was organized under two discourse. The first one is status quo, using investment from China to use models of technocratic new models, new developmentalism model, and the other came over the discourse of change. Of course, I think it's still far from the aspirations of the so-called universal democracy, to use Marx terms. But I think it's very much reflected on that political discourse. And I think this question relates to Marx and Nobu on how countries like Indonesia and others in Southeast Asia in general should navigate their own development model that is first fit with their own interest without risking any political relations with others. And the second one is I think it's also stated by Marx and Poppy as well, and Pa Muhadi as well. And nowadays, the declines of U.S. Hegemonic power is now facing at least three fronts. The first one is in Ukraine, in Europe. The second one is, of course, in Indo-Pacific, and the third one now, I think it's the growing conflict in Gaza. It's now increasingly become more and more regionalized and fit into the frame of global contestations too. And in that context, what is interesting is that ASEAN itself has proposed the so-called ASEAN outlook of Indo-Pacific, which actually, have no specific visions on how ASEAN should navigate in the conflict. It just try to neutralize, the competitions between China and the US in the region, instead of bringing forth a more substantive effort how to drive ASEAN in regional context. And do you have any comments, especially relating to the current specific? It is time for countries like ASEAN for not being just, producing documents to be neutral, but to be more decisive in their way. Thanks. Marx, would you? I think I will give the first opportunity to answer.
So basically, the question is what ASEAN should do, right? That's the question. Yeah. Well, first of all, you have an immediate challenge, and then you're going to have maybe a strategic opportunity. The immediate challenge is obviously that ASEAN is threatened to be a play ball of this great power politics. You already see that. Let's be frank here. I can say that if you see how Cambodia and Laos and increasingly Myanmar are behaving, you could see that their political closeness to Beijing is increasing, which I gave the example of how the US is strong arming its allies, Netherlands and South Korea, when it comes to semiconductors and chips. So that means in the very core of the strategic interest of the superpower patron, so to say, it's very, very difficult to resist. And the same goes for China. So for China, the South China Sea is a core strategic security interest, and therefore it will use its influence over its allies, or maybe even more than allies, in order to have its interests seen. And that would make it very, very difficult for ASEAN in the future to find a consensus. There's actually even a wedge between, let's say, the how do you say in German, the Mekong ASEAN and the maritime ASEAN, which is a dangerous strategic situation. So ASEAN unity is I think threatened. On the other hand, I believe that the ASEAN core principles, which are basically Westphalian in nature, sovereignty, non-interference, territorial integrity, are, for me, a very interesting starting point over how the normative foundation of the next world order could look like. Basically, if you look at that through the prism of having three basic models contesting, right? One of them is the liberal world order with democracy and human rights at the center. And there's a long conversation if such a thing ever existed, but as a model, we can assume that. On the other hand, you have this neo-imperial models, a hierarchical international order with a center and client states and exclusive zones of influence around that. So that is basically the absence of sovereignty. That is a much older model, but it is being pushed very strongly by all great powers at the moment. And finally, if you have that Westphalian model of equal, at least legally equal states with sovereignty and so on, right? So as a Westerner, as a German, as a social democrat, I very much hope we can keep a liberal international order with democracy and human rights at its core. But there's got to be the issue addressed. How do you win the global south to continue that? It would definitely 100% not going to work in a setup that resembles the institutional power structure of 1945. So that will mean that we have to adapt basically the power structure of the international organizations to the power equation of the 21st century, right? That's number one. But also when it comes to values, and I've been living and working in this region for 20 years, there are no flaming proponents of democracy and human rights as principles of the international order. Maybe Nobu can comment on that from a Japanese perspective. If we listen to our South Korean friends, if we listen to our Indian friends, even if we listen to our Indonesian friends, I'd be very happy to hear your answer to that. Democracy and human rights as domestic regime, yes. But as the, let's say, governance principles of the international order, lukewarm. I think that the region is Westphalian in nature, but no one wants imperialism. That's also very, very clear. Everyone's hedging and balancing very, very hard in order not to be dragged into this kind of bipolar situation, which is going to impose huge opportunity cost. So that means my argument is, if the logic, operating principle, the normative DNA of ASEAN is Westphalian, this could be the blueprint of how we manage the world going forward. And I think this is a comparative advantage, a strategic advantage that you have, and I hope you use it wisely. And this is also what I'm going to tell my European friends, is to say this is maybe where a meeting of minds can happen.
Okay, thanks, Max. Mbak Poppy?
Okay, thank you, Aim. I think I will respond to your question regarding ASEAN. Yeah, ASEAN's, especially ASEAN's outlook on Indo-Pacific, and why that kind of outlook has been proposed by ASEAN. I would like to answer it with three main sort of like points. The first one, when the ASEAN proposed the ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific, which then tries to sort of like emphasizing the centrality of ASEAN in the region, and also trying to be more sort of like going into the multilateral sort of like rule-based mechanism, and also maintaining international rules-based order. I think that kind of idea from ASEAN, in my opinion, is not surprising. The fact that, as you mentioned, that ASEAN is trying to be neutral in a way, not trying to be more going to one way to another, especially when we are considering the competition between the US and China. It can be seen from three aspects. The first one is, I think, the nature of ASEAN. Mark was elaborating that aspect earlier, that the nature of ASEAN, who is trying to proposing the norms of the harmonious in the region. So that's, I think that thanks to the Indonesian leadership previously in the establishment of ASEAN, which until now, it has become one of the underlying principle under the ASEAN. So harmonious is one of the aspects that ASEAN is trying to promote. The second thing is, that kind of outlook also, you like it or not, represents the lack of what I should say, I think lack of consensus, lack of coherence, lack of lack of coherence within the ASEAN itself. As you can see that the degree of, interdependence in terms of the economic interdependence in ASEAN with the great powers also diverse. Some countries in ASEAN are much more relying on certain great powers as compared to others, for example. So that can also be seen as why then it can be sort of like coupled with the norms regarding the harmonious, while at the same time it can be seen as the lack of coherence, lack of consensus, lack of, strong sort of like agreement within ASEAN itself. And last but not least, I think ASEAN realizes that, you cannot just ignore the big elephant in the room. So that's why that also shows how then the ASEAN is a little bit, in your opinion, trying to be more neutral to some extent, but then it also shows how then it's indecisive in regard to how to respond to the current sort of like development in Indo-Pacific. I think that's my quick response. Thanks, Aim.
Okay, thanks, Mbak. Noble?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. Yes, I would definitely love to see the bold move, as Aim said, especially by the Indonesians when Indonesia assumed the chair. But unfortunately, Indonesia pretty much avoided that bold move. When I hear the theme epicentrum of growth, I was very disappointed. It kind of sounded like avoided political issues. Like talking about Myanmar, but rather than criticizing it, I will definitely try to emphasize how important ASEAN is. I mean, it is intangible, but I mean, just compare with what's happening in Middle East or Eastern Europe, and now in Southeast Asia, perhaps 25 years of peace after the Cambodian ceasefire in 1998. I think this deserves credit. And I think this deserves a kind of political confirmation of how all Southeast Asian leaders should put their political capital in it. Even though, of course, the outsider will say, you're slow. Outsider will say you're not functioning against the, non-member, political confrontations. But I think the Southeast Asian countries should keep this momentum strong. ASEAN might say, EAS might go, but I think that's the kind of, maybe the university's role, Masai, you have to keep on saying this. And then, as Mark said, I think the world is not as democratic as, the domestic politic is. But I think ASEAN's, consensus base is pretty much a big gem, I would say. The Singaporeans are pretty much vocal about how this is the origin of dysfunction, but I think this also deserves the credit how how much benefit it brings. Like the nature of ASEAN Charter, or ASEAN putting political clause in the ASEAN Charter because it was consensus based, not by votes. Well, it happened. I think Indonesia was the only one who advocated it, and it was. If you voted it, you will be shot down 1 against 9. But I think Indonesia had a really strong, argument that, you should put political into the ASEAN agenda. So I think it's a platform that I think it deserves much more credit. And unfortunately, some president, some prime minister doesn't, advocate for it, but like universities like yours and also, other government institutions should be able to do it. And I just want to follow up on one point. Maybe these kind of political will may come and go. Economics, maybe they will be more nationalized. But one aspect I feel is going to be strong is the social integration part of it. I'll just give you an example of the QR code payment system. Southeast Asia has been developing a very strong QR code, payment system that, brings interoperability for those, remittance usage or foreign workers. And it gives a kind of a de facto social integration for Southeast Asian people to be active beyond borders in Southeast Asia. I think, ASEAN has been aspired from economics to politics and then to society. But now I think the society is becoming more. And this leads to the point, also, Masai Mark also has mentioned about the importance of locals. Local government should be more of a protagonist about ASEAN. ASEAN is not just a prerogative of central government anymore, I would say. Local government, like say, Governor Central Java can, go, hand in hand with the Mindanao, or the other parts of Southeast Asia, not necessarily through their capital city. I think because of the society is more taking the kind of lead more than the politics and economy, there is a much more stronger role. So I would definitely ask UGM to advocate this to your government in Jogja or also in Semarang as well.
Thanks, Nobu. I think we can still take one more questions, if any, from the floor. Please raise your hand. Is there any more comments or questions? No. I think if there is no more questions, I think it's this moment for all speakers to give like a sort of summary or reflections on what next, the implications of your ideas in these seminars. I will give each 3 minutes. I think started from Mark's final words.
Well, I'm in the presence of academics, so I should be very careful with how I quote because I cannot really find the quote. But I do believe it was the Prime Minister of Singapore who said but the quote is good even if it's not him, right? And he said that no one wants to choose sides, but the structural trends may force us to do so against our best interest. For me, this is the absolute essence of the strategic challenge that everyone in the region is facing. With a few exceptions, actually very few countries have chosen to bandwagon or form, let's say, real formal alliances with one of the two contestants of this strategic competition. But everyone is trying to hedge and to balance and to tilt and, dance and bamboo. And I mean, the region, especially here, has thousands of years of experience with that. So they're really good at it. So I would say that is what every country, if they follow their own interests, if they see the huge opportunity costs for development and prosperity that, let's say, a real new Cold War would actually implement, then I would say everyone will try to continue to balance and hedge. But then the real question is that going to be sustainable? And that's why, I think we have to watch very carefully what happens when the strategic interests of the superpowers are very much involved. That's why I gave the examples of the Chip 4 alliance. That's where I gave the example of China and the South China Sea. That's why I try to highlight so strongly on these geoeconomic disruptions, because there are trends, especially technological trends, of bifurcation that can lead to bipolarity. So I would say no one wants bipolarity, but there are economic and technological trends towards bipolarity. So the name of the game will be, can you keep your strategic autonomy, yes or no?
Okay. Well, thanks. Strategic economy becomes the keyword in the structural context that force us into a bipolarity, political behavior. Nobu?
Yes. So final remarks. Maybe I will just say, let's make sure we don't fall into the extreme use of non-interference trap. I think my understanding of Southeast Asia did not flourish because of the non-interference. And that is why it is so special in this world of transnationally connected world. Be it in the most difficult moments, like in the Nargis in Myanmar or, Cambodian civil war. I think Southeast Asia especially already got the historical lesson that you can check your brothers and sisters and be trusted. I think, putting a high fence on the national border doesn't really give a strategic, productivity, because, no matter how much the state tried to do it, I think the economy and the society is very much transnational. And with the increase of technological advancement, it becomes even more so. So I think this is a high time to consider the way how much, non-interference could be, considered as a sign of friendship or sign of trust. And it really depends on how many countries that you have or how many societies are you aligned with to be able to have a trust of mutual interference, I would say. Especially when smaller countries have to gather up and raise voice, share information against a big power, for example, non-disclosure, non-negotiation, kind of contracts. If you understand, how you make contract with the, big tech companies or you have an infrastructure project with China, you always have this non-disclosure clause. So, when you're trapped into this game of non-disclosure and non-interference, I think there is no strategic relevance for smaller actors. So I think, let's be trustingly interfere each other and try to break this non-disclosure global structure so that, we could have a voice and that which feeds to this theme of, the agency of bringing back the agency of this global South. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Nobu. Mbak Poppy?
Okay, thank you, Aim. I would like to emphasize the previous argument that I've made earlier, that when we're discussing or probably conceptualizing the Indo-Pacific, we have the opportunity to elaborate further because the concept is still very fluid. It represents the debate, and also, that's why when we realize that the existing or the dominant IR theories are unable to provide us with the comprehensive sort of like understanding about the concept, then it's open up to us to elaborate other non-dominant perspective in IR. And the second aspect is, I think when we're trying to put the global South perspective into the discussion, there also a sort of like a trap in it, because there is no single perspective, even when we're using the global South perspective, and we need to be careful with that. And then the fact that even for the global South countries, we have the rights. Well, I'm using my position as Indonesian to say the last final statement, like we have the rights to develop. There has been sort of like the trajectory of development that has been now sort of like being challenged at this moment. So that's also very important for a country, like global South countries, to also have their rights says in sort of like the competitions among these great powers. I guess that's for last. I suppose I'd like to encourage my students who are in this forum probably that this is really a big thing that you can also elaborate for your undergraduate thesis, or probably even for your dissertation topic. Thank you.
Thanks so much. It's a very productive discussions. I mean, it's for me, it's not easy to end up the discussions especially when it's so productive. I think we have gained so many insight, views from the three speakers, from Prof. Poppy, Marx, and Nobu on the Indo-Pacific. And it's not only about what is going on, but, me, myself, as a lecturer, I gain many inputs, many ideas. I think these ideas can be developed into other papers. And as Mbak Poppy said, it's also an ideas for other students, other participants as well, to develop what we have discussed here as a topic for your thesis. Really, I would like to extend my gratitude, my appreciations on behalf of myself and Centers of, Institute of International Studies for your participations in this seminar. It's a wonderful discussions. It's a great debate. It's a productive, insights on how we navigate Indonesia and Global South in general, in the context of the contestations associated with the dynamic of Indo-Pacific. And I would like to extend my gratitude as well to the committee of this conference, and I would like to send one greeting to all the participants. I saw some friends from FES, Mbak Dani, Mbak Mian, and others. Thanks for joining and supporting this event. And this is an annual convention, so see you next year. And for other participants, please see IIS Instagram to see the other programs as part of this event, because there are some panel discussions that is open for you to participate in. Again, thank you so much, Marx, Nobu, Mbak Poppy. If you are here, I would like, to treat you in coffee shops, to continue the discussions. Again, thanks so much. I will give the floor back to Mbak Intan. Please, Mbak Intan. Mbak Intan, will you close the sessions? Okay, I think we can end up our seminar sessions. You may leave the rooms for for lunch times, and so please see IIS Instagram, to see the other programs linked to this event. Thank you so much, and see you next time.
Thank you, Mas Aim, Mas Muhadi.
Thank you, everyone.
And so Mark and everyone. Bye.